on my side.
Cool. Cool. I think, can you talk a little bit just to check the levels real quick?
Test,
Yeah,
test, test,
that's
test,
perfect. All right. It's like we've done this before, maybe.
test. Maybe. Do you want to do the stream collab where it, like, shares the streams?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Do you have... Let me see. I think I just click your stream and it'll tell me I can...
Yeah, like the knock button or something.
Yeah.
Perfect. Accept.
Is it sharing the chat, though?
Host can enable shared chat, so you need all the way on the right side.
Start sharing chat. There we go.
Beautiful.
We've done it. All right, now don't close this tab out.
Yeah, for now. Until I drop off after the Bean Burb game, and then I need to remember to close the tab.
Right. So, yeah, we do have a bit of a Balatro slideshow happening on the left side of your screen. Again, that is unavoidable due to Burb's internet situation. We'll have to bear with it, but we've got a nice, pristine, clean feed from professional streamer Bean Balatro here, so...
That's true. Professional streamer and tournament host. Was it a surprise that Bean got to top 4 of his own tournament?
I mean, nobody is more motivated than Bean to win this tournament because that's less money out of Bean's pocket. So, I mean, people are playing to win money. Bean's playing not to lose a bunch of money. So that's pretty motivating, right? Loss aversion, maybe a real thing. We'll find out here in this match, I guess.
And honestly, Bean is playing for a good cause, the ALS Association. So, not to take away from the other competitors who are playing for.
Well, so, no. Anyone that beats him just hates charity. Confirmed.
That is the message that Bean sends in every Discord chat with his competitors.
Right. That explains how he got here.
But on the other side, Burb, a college student from the UK, who got into Balatro multiplayer around October, and he's personally surprised that he got this far. But I think with the play that we've seen from Burb, it's not that big of a surprise for us.
Yeah, I've only caught a few of the matches, but Burb's play has impressed, especially for somebody with significantly less experience than a lot of the other competitors. So, wouldn't be surprised to see another strong showing. I mean, how many rounds did these players have to get through in order to get here, right? That's a lot of single elimination best of threes to win. That doesn't happen by accident, especially against the stacked roster that joined this tournament, looking to raid Bean's wallet and prevent any of that money from going to charity. Unfortunately, many players were unsuccessful in that endeavor, and Bean got here nonetheless because turns out pretty good at multiplayer.
Absolutely. I think, let's see, they are still banning decks. What is going on here? Burb has sent a screenshot of Bean's own rules.
That's okay.
We'll see.
Is that meant to be readable?
What deck our competitors end up on?
I think we found the one single thing that is from Burb that is less readable than their current Balatro feed right now, which is a picture
of their PC
from their phone, which cuts off much of the text.
It would have only been better if there was like a tab that said how to take a picture of computer screen.
Yes. Unfortunately, I mean, there very well could be, because of the weird cropping. There's not a whole lot that can be seen on this screen.
All right, and they will be going to erratic deck.
Erratic deck, all right. You know, we have this very, very handy icon that we can change in order to go that. So it is, oh, they're in reverse. Wow. So it's erratic. Do we have a stake yet?
Black stake.
Erratic deck, black stake? Is that true?
Yes, it is. As for erratic deck, how do you like this deck in multiplayer, Roffle?
I think it's interesting, but it's like really hard to have any relevant strategy because you can't go into the match with any expectations. You have to kind of check the deck, see what's going on, make a decision as to how you want to play here. And we actually, before we even see the decks, we have a very interesting decision. Oh my god, that's so many kings. No, it's only 6. Okay.
So many kings, so many face cards, and a rare skip tag.
Yeah.
This is actually a deck made for... And there's 8 5s as well, so you could just go face cards or hackable cards.
Mm-hmm.
The deck is made for multiplayer.
Yeah, and I know that Bean, in Major League Balatro at least, is a big proponent of the rare skip. Things are a little bit different if you are used to watching Major League Balatro or just the vanilla Balatro rule set here, in that, you know, the order is in play, so it's one gigantic game-long queue instead of that resetting at each ante. So that can really affect players' strategies and things of timing of the roll downs. Early ante roll downs aren't necessarily as necessary because you can, you know, maintain that econ lead and roll down later and catch back up.
Yeah. So competitors have been sometimes conversing if they want to. Usually they would like to match their opponents. So both players have decided on have agreed on no skip here. So we will not be seeing this rare Joker.
Yeah, we were just waiting for I think Burb's Morse code message to get through to Bean in order to you know, confirm that decision. Okay, so shop 1, we do have Burb getting through early, taking an oops all 6s, heavily skewed towards diamonds, not hearts. In fact, very few hearts in the deck, very few anything other than diamonds in the deck, but there's still some, you know, valuable jokers that you can pair with Oops All Sixes, notably business card and reserve parking with all these face cards could get an econ edge early, and we see both players eyeing that. And also both players passing on that first buffoon pack. Again, a deviation from the Major League Balatro rule set where that first pack is really important. In standard multiplayer, that pack's always going to be there, right? The pack queue is going to stay the same, whether you open it now or whether you open it later.
I think Bean may buy the buffoon pack and sell the Joker for oops. I think this is a line that some players take. It moves you further into the order queue. He's going to buy the pack. And it is a card that is sellable for the oops.
Yeah,
like, if it was an Econ Joker, you wouldn't.
Right. Econ Joker and basically double Eternal, which is very rare, but we are playing on Black Stake, could be the punish there. Unlikely to like have an actual punish, but definitely possible.
It's a little bit of a risk, but it does get you further into the queue, which, I mean, allows Bean to see this fist here. A little extra molt on his side. Whereas Burb did not see it, has to get out with the 5 of kind, which is fine as well.
So basically, Bean lost $3 for that play, but unless Burb continues to draw those types of hands, you know, Bean might be able to make $3 up just by getting faster through the blinds. Unlikely now that we're seeing, you know, an immediate pickup of that, of that double hermit into a raised fist. You know, Burb's already got a pretty slight econ advantage just as a result of not opening that extra pack at the moment. But,
fortunately, Bean did open the Spectral first and found Immolate, and then opened the Arcana to get the Hermits. So Bean's right back up there with the money.
Yeah, very important ordering. I believe that also left Bean on pretty limited money because after the Arcana pack, it was still a $19 Hermit, which meant that Wraith was also an out there. No matter what format you're playing on, if you're looking in a spectral pack, you want to at least give yourself an opening for the potential of a Wraith, because, you know, there are some very powerful multiplayer jokers specifically that are rare, and that's an easy way to access them.
Yeah. So Burb is actually going to pick up this Burglar, and on Bean's side we see the Flower Pot and 2-pair Chip Joker.
Yeah, I do like this Burglar pickup, especially with the Raised Fist in play. You know, that's extra econ, right? Hands give you money back. That Burglar acts as an econ joker, plays horrendously with the the delayed gratification. Even though you're not discarding, it's because you don't have any. So what is that thing gonna do for you?
Yeah, I do believe we'll see Burb sell the Burglar for the delayed grat. Both players on 3 discards here. That's $6. And actually, we're gonna watch Bean. Oh, will Bean not take the delayed grat? Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, $6 is more than the extra $3 you get off of the Burglar, but
it's possible Bean's looking maybe like holding the Burglar very good for the potential reserved parking that shows up.
True. True. Also,
we have dice.
Yeah. Also, does you know, maybe similar to why the Flower Pot came into play, has some potential for the PvP, in addition to maybe helping block for uncommons if you're looking for something in that rarity pool.
The first death on Bean's side, but we haven't found a good playing card to use it on. But we saw Burb roll one more into the shop and actually found Faceless Joker, and with this many face cards in the deck, probably better than Burglar or Delayed Grat. Oh boy. This is a very juicy jumbo pack from on Bean's side.
Yeah, we did mention that there are a lot of 5s, so that hack could be an option. But also, you know, skips could be valuable here. I know Bean is again a proponent of the rare skips. Using some cola could make them even more valuable. And then also just a family. It doesn't feel great as an Eternal, but with the way that the deck is composed right now, that could be a good early tempo line to start pushing a little bit of pressure on your opponent in these first few lives.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't read the seed at the start, so this family could be the best times molt we see in the entire seed. It's very possible.
Yes.
We've seen players be hard punished for not taking a family, and it's just good tempo, especially in this specific erratic deck.
Right.
4 of a kind is very easy. Well, not very easy, but pretty easy to play.
I mean, we've seen immediate flush houses with this, with like a Burglar in tow. We've seen full houses coming out of every draw, it seems like. And Bean does take the aggressive line with both the hack and the family. Now, Glass is a little bit more difficult to come by in standard multiplayer rules. Also only does give 1.5x, so, you know, hack maybe being a little bit happier that the hack is the one that doesn't have the Eternal tag, so that at least there's an opportunity to pivot out of it later if a Sock and Buskin comes and those face cards look a little more appealing.
Absolutely. Both players actually, with an incredibly similar lineup, took the same options from that jumbo pack. Both hack and family. Of course, Bean has this Flower Pot. If he manages to get it online, this will be a win for Bean.
Yeah, I do.
On Burb's side, just has the Faceless.
Yeah, Bean taking the Lovers and the Death in with him, probably with that in mind. You know, hack doesn't need an idol necessarily in order to be valuable. If you start making some wild 5s, you can maybe start looking at an Ancient Joker and having a good build there, and then that extra sneaky 3x from the Flower Pot could be relevant if there's 5, or even just 3 wild cards will be enough to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely with the Lover's Death, this Flower Pot is almost certainly going to be online for Bean on possibly their 5 of a kind hands.
Right, I think that's
for Burb.
That's what we're saving for now, because you want to get that Flower Pot and family active and have a high probability of taking a life. We did see the walkie-talkie pickup from Burb. I don't know how many 4s there are, but stacked in 5s, it looks like 3 4s. Not going to be terribly relevant, but just that 10 molt may be a useful piece for clearing blinds, once we get past this PvP.
Yeah, I think that's what Burb was thinking about, the holographic, just an extra bonus, especially when you're trying to greed as much as possible with this faceless. And holding the dice still, both players believing that in the dice, even though not that many hearts, and we haven't seen one of the jokers that really make dice pop off.
No, but you don't want to, see one of those jokers pop up and immediately you have an econ disadvantage if you assume that your opponent kept the dice for that long, right? So that's it kind of feels like an obligatory carry at this point. One thing that we haven't mentioned is that Burb picked up a faceless joker, so is likely to get ahead on econ. There is a lot of face cards in this seed. So Bean, clearly taking the tempo line, whereas Burb maybe has an opportunity to get ahead on money at the moment, especially with 3 discards. We're only on black stake, so we haven't jumped up to blue where we're losing a discard just yet.
So Bean actually doesn't find the 5 of a kind. We'll still have the 4 of a kind, and doesn't even need to. Has the death to make 5.
Right.
It may be the case that Bean will use it. Turn order has been forced. It is a Bean's side to play. So, if Bean wants to play a little bit conservative, could just use lovers and play a single 4 of a kinds. Oh, we have to lovers the right one, right?
Yeah,
I guess if you use death, it doesn't matter.
Right, if you use death, it doesn't matter, but if you are just playing the 4 of a kind, it has to be one of those clubs, right? We need one of those clubs to pretend to be a heart. And it does look like the death is being used. I like this play, just because you're already carrying the flower pot, you're going to get use out of the 5 later, but also that just makes death available in the shop now.
And it would be a disaster if you picked up the flower pot instead of the faceless joker, and then you lost the PvP that you were supposed to win.
That's a great point too, right? You chose this flower pot for a reason. It's likely to take this early life off of your opponent, maybe even a second life if there's not much in the shop, or if Burb looks to eke out as much value of this faceless over time instead of turning the corner into scoring like Bean already has.
Eternal Hanging Chad. Now that's a very spicy pickup.
Immediate reward for Bean here, just like we talked about. That death was right back in the shop just because it was used, and only for Bean, very critically, because Burb hung onto it as a result of seeing that the score wasn't going to compete. Now that is a nerf Chad, and so as an Eternal, maybe a little bit sketchier. It does look like
Burb doesn't want it.
Yeah, Burb doesn't want it, but Bean also maybe blocked into it with the raised fist earlier. Or, no, Burb blocked into it with...
Oh.
Because Bean, I don't think, ever saw that Chad unless it was last ante.
I think we will see it soon then, because it should just push it, take the next common in queue, given the order.
Okay.
Both players... Okay, Red Seal Queen. Is Burb thinking about the gold card instead? It's very... I know we have the hack, but passing up on a Red Seal...
Yeah, very difficult choice here. And I do like the looks of this. There's the Ancient Joker. That's going to be a big benefit towards what Bean has played towards, as is this very nice looking rough gem here. Selling out of the raised fist, maybe in part to reduce the scoring, because you want to farm up this this rough gem as much as possible if you're Bean and you have that hack going. And there's a lot of diamonds in this deck. Barely avoids clearing.
A lot of stuff has happened. Actually, we've now seen DNA on Burb's side. Burb passed on the Red Seal Queen for the 4 because they had the hack. And now we're seeing DNA. Would have been really good on the Red Seal Queen.
Yes.
For now, Burb doesn't have that much to copy. Just, it looks like the Wild 4 on Burb's side.
Yeah, and that feels...
They cloned the 4 for the walkie-talkie, and now selling out of it.
It feels a lot worse than, the potential for Bean to pick up... Like, that Red Seal is already covered by the hack right now, right? First of all, Bean has something that's a little bit more valuable to copy, or two things that are more valuable to copy in that Wild 5. Once that Ancient Joker shows up, and that Red Seal Queen, especially if it can be made wild as well, to really, really get some value off of that Ancient Joker that showed up.
It's a tough choice here. If Burb is careful with what he's played, he has to know that Bean has the option for that Red Seal Queen that he passed on. So it may be that Burb is now, I've got to play hack. I've committed myself to it, and my opponent has that Red Seal Queen. I mean, we just have to hope Sock doesn't show up. On Bean's side, has not seen the Ancient yet, so.
Hasn't seen the Ancient, hasn't seen the DNA, doesn't have to make that tough choice yet. I think would like
there it is.
To find maybe a wild card, or the opportunity to make that Queen wild first, especially with the Ancient Joker pickup, but has time to weigh those decisions before the DNA even shows up here.
Yeah, I do think at least for Bean's side, we're gonna get out of this flower pot. With Bean's money, probably not gonna see DNA this shop, actually.
Yeah, and I think that's a benefit to Bean right now, right? Like, we don't necessarily want to be forced into that decision just yet. And
yeah. Oh, it's a sticker desync. It's an eternal. Oh no, wait. Sorry, my mistake. We actually saw this eternal DNA on Burb's side. It is a deeper DNA.
Interesting.
I almost thought it was a sticker desync, but not in this case.
And Bean taking the voucher early might push some of those jokers back in the queue a little bit.
It's true. That's a tarot merchant, so a lot of tarots. Burb has a tough choice here. He's thinking about selling the DNA for the Wraith here. It's a very good Wraith because it's only going to cost $1 plus whatever Joker you sell. But, I mean, DNA might be one of the rares that you're trying to hit.
Right, so you're just kind of running the risk of a lateral move here. Also, it's always a high card seed, right, Edsy? Could still be a high card seed with the DNA and and a Baron if one were to sneak out here. Bean also taking the
Wraith. Both players will see this duo.
Yeah, the duo. So the Wraith gets used. A little more expensive there from Bean, I think, but was rolling down anyway.
Very fortunate for Burb that they didn't sell out the DNA. That would have been pretty I guess depressing that you sold like probably a pretty good rare Joker for, simply ×2.
Yeah, I think neither player is super happy about this duo right now, but I think Burb would be more upset had they parted ways with the DNA in favor of it.
Yeah, Bean just got rid of that one dice, which hadn't had any value so far. Sometimes it's the dice seed, sometimes it's not.
We do see, though, Bean, the only one of these two players with the rough gem, and with that hack, $9 out of this hand right now, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised Burb didn't take the rough gem when he saw it. He valued the Faceless Joker a bit more, so...
Yeah, now with neither Econ Joker... maybe...
Does have the gold cards, but...
Yeah, does have the gold cards. Likely, gold cards on a hack is an intentional play in, searching for that golden ticket, which, with the retriggers, can earn a lot of money.
Yeah, absolutely. If we see a golden ticket, I think Bean does not have a single gold card, so we'll not have the option for a golden ticket if we do see it in the coming shops. Burb obviously would love to see the ticket, especially with hack here.
Yeah, Bean really looking at this calculator, trying to see, can I score enough while playing as many diamonds as possible, taking full advantage of math in Balatro, which is a repulsive concept to me.
And it does score barely enough, but that's exactly the place that Bean wants to be. And here is the stickerless DNA.
Mm-hmm.
For Bean, I think this is going to be a snap pickup. You can always just get rid of the duo.
Yeah, both players are just kind of looking for a reason to get out of this duo anyway.
But when Bean gets out of this duo, it may be Burb favor. Actually, Burb has the sun up top, so basically a guaranteed ancient hand, full ancient hand. And with Hack being the only re-triggered Joker in play, this could just be an easy win for Burb on the second PvP.
Yeah, it does look that way. But again, you know, Bean has those wild fives that could be a better long-term play, as well as the econ engine in the form of this rough gem still. Picking up a death with a Fool queued up, and unfortunately that same Sun card that you were talking about that makes that Ancient Joker really good value for the PvP could run into some issues. Has to sell out of the Fool in order to try and take another life.
Yeah,
but
I mean, selling a Fool with already death available to you is just like, it feels so bad, but does need that Sun to try and get this PvP win.
Yeah, and Bean does a quick disappearing act. I don't know. He is
maybe a quick bathroom break.
Could be. But already drew 3 5s, one of them wild. If you hit another 5 of any suit, you have the potential to hit a flush 5 of hearts for a really big score here. Yeah,
absolutely. Burb obviously will have the same thing right now. I'm not sure if Burb knows it, but Burb is nightmare buffering this 2-pair, which is not going to be much score, but just taking his time. So we'll have both players come to a pause right in here until Bean gets back.
Yeah, I do think that there's decent potential that Bean has drawn so well here that you could use that DNA on the wild 5 if you feel so inclined. Just because, again, you only need to hit 1 5 of any suit, and then you Sun 3 cards, Death the Wild, and bam, you've got your hand for the round.
For Bean, it feels like they're going for more queens, though, right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
That's true.
It's like
that's true, but
middle on Bean's
right.
side.
The queens are better long term. But I mean, the hack just covers the red seal at the moment, so it's
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have seen Bean kind of take some tempo lines early, maybe just opting not to use the DNA in the PvP because you're just giving a hand away that could allow you to see 5 additional cards.
Let's see.
It does look like
this 3 of a kind will not DNA.
Yeah. I don't dislike this. DNA is not meant for PvP hands, right? You want it for the blinds. You're giving up a lot. Again, any gold stake player will tell you this, to play a hand just for the DNA, because you see less of your deck. You pay $1 in the blinds, you pay 4 cards in PvP, and 4 cards is a lot when you're trying to find something specific as Bean currently is.
So right now, I mean, even though Burb may be favored for this PvP, just this rough gem with the hack, I do like Bean's position.
Yeah, and I mean, even then, I don't know that Burb necessarily is. I guess just the duo difference is going to get there.
Feels like a duo difference, unless something like disastrous happens. Actually, Burb
Yeah,
only has the 4 of a kind. This is big.
I mean, 2 additional hits on an Ancient Joker is it covers the duo on top of the extra starting point that you're getting from a flush 5 over a level 1 4 of a kind. So Bean again just needs to draw 1. Ooh,
this is
looking to aim for
Bean's
the flush
gonna go
house.
for the flush house here.
So you want to use the Sun first, no matter what. Right, you Sun first, both because you get more hearts out of the deal, and then also keep the death in the full for safekeeping later. The problem with this is there is no family hit. I don't know how important that's going to be.
Yeah, that will make it not win. I think it looks like Bean's going to death. Somewhat of a greedier line, deaths for the queen, and we'll just hope that they draw another 5 to make the flush 5 of hearts. I'm not sure they have another 5 of hearts. So this may be ending up as a...
There's another wild 5, though.
In the deck? Okay.
Yes.
Will Bean draw it? No. Has the 5 of a kind, but only 4 hearts for Ancient Joker.
Interesting.
Bean's doing a little bit of the math. How much mult am I getting from the sun? Will this win? It is a better hand than the 4 of a kind that Burb played, but the duo on Burb's side is a nice ×2. 250k is the score to beat.
I think it's unlikely it'll be enough.
Yeah, Bean clears it.
Oh, that's what I get for doing math. The extra chips making a big difference, because it was the same number of Ancient Joker triggers, right? So
yeah,
basically the 2x came just in the difference between a level 1 Mars versus whatever level Planet X is for.
It was a
Bean.
level 2 Planet X for
that
Bean,
explains
so
it.
That was a big point there, and actually finds the wild for one of his Red Seal Queens.
That's a huge deal. Also has the potential to hit Aura on another one.
Yeah.
But that wild is a huge pickup. Gives a lot of potential value. Definitely going to seem like Bean, favoring those queens. That could be something that makes it valuable to use the DNA now. Whereas Burb just doesn't really have anything that valuable for this DNA right now. And we see another
it's just
potential
Wild Force and Gold Force.
Right, another potential very aggressive Wraith from Bean after getting, it looks like, hollow on the aura. Really trying to decide, do I want to spend, maybe $10 on a random rare Joker?
This is a tough choice. We actually saw Burb take this Wraith. That's why they're at $0. It was the Tribe. Wait, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe he didn't take the Wraith.
No, the Tribe's in the shop.
Is the Tribe in the shop?
Is that blocking it for Bean in the from the Wraith?
Oh, did it block?
It looks like it. So Bean really going all in on the queens now that they're Red Seals and wild. That gives a lot of upward mobility, getting it out of the hack in favor of this this baseball card. Because again, just like we said, the hack covers the Red Seal. Well, the opposite is also true. If Bean is able to use this DNA to copy the wild queens, the Red Seal then covers the hack with the upward potential of a Sock and Buskin to get even more retriggers. And there it is. That's a huge draw. That doubles the chances of hitting that on the first hand for every hand moving forward. That's a really big deal to be able to get that. And just keep cloning those queens while hanging on to that econ from the rough gem.
Yeah, sold out of the hack to keep the econ. Believe that they could make the rough gem work while just only playing with these Red Seal queens for their future endgame. There's a tough choice on Burb's side. I believe they've just found an invisible Joker, and we have an Eternal Family here.
Yeah, that's a risky maneuver.
It's rough, but I mean, you just can't pass off on the chance of cloning Hack or Ancient.
Yeah, Hack or Ancient could be GG, so I mean, especially when you're behind, it definitely feels like it may be necessary. Being ahead 2 lives gives Bean the opportunity to, make these plays towards the queens, right? You might feel committed to stick with the wild 5s if you don't have a 2-life advantage on your opponent right now. It's foil, get that out of the way. Next one, surely Polychrome. That's how it works, right?
Oh, finds the Red Seal Wild Queen again.
Huge. That's now 3 of them, and each time you add more to the deck, you're making it more likely that that DNA gets a hit, you know, in the next blind and in the next blind. So it's a really important compounding effect of finding it the first time, and then it becomes increasingly less difficult each time you're able to clone it.
I mean, come after this shop, Bean may have a flush 5 of Red Seal Queens, all wild.
True, does have to beat the blind here.
Has 3-4 spades. Will a flush just win? A 4 of a kind with 2 spades. It's got the foil on it. Well, let's see. I think it should win.
Yeah, I think it needs to win. You don't want to be giving up lives.
You're
on
up 4 lives. You have 1 to give.
You've got them to give, but you don't want to. You shouldn't be out here giving gifts. I know that Bean is funding the entire tournament, which, you know, is a gift to the community in and of itself. But you don't want to be you don't want to be giving away free lives.
All right, we'll see. This wild actually kind of interesting because we're heading into the PvP, but actually finds the Hermit and Fool from an Emperor, so probably more value that way. And finds the world. Oh no, it's on diamonds.
Oh, I see. I think using that Hermit just to try and search for a diamond or a stars card here.
Or the Almighty Death, right?
Right. Really, I mean, with Tarot Merchant, though, does mean, you know, fewer shop rolls to get further ahead and try and find them in the shop. But, you know, when you're looking for specific tarot cards, you know, maybe just seeing as many tarots as possible is the way.
Yeah, and we've seen Bean hasn't been slouching on money, but has not found his Ancient Joker yet. Simply because there's been so many tarots in the show. It's been like several rolls that have just had tarot.
Yeah. Or the invisible, sorry.
Or the invisible, yes.
Yeah. So it does hit, you know, if you taking that strength was kind of a consolation prize. You saw Bean, you know, playing with the deck a little bit to show that there is a Jack of Diamonds that could easily be strength.
And did find it. So now what is Bean looking to do? Not going to use DNA, I think, wisely, because you do need to find these Red Seal Wild Queens. Holding the 2 normal Diamond Queens, and also holding the Red Seal Queen that has no enhancement, possibly for the Chariot that he has in his inventory.
Yeah, I do think that Chariot could be maybe a little bit more important than you might think, just because of that Red Seal. Just needs 1 more.
But only digging 3 cards into the deck. Will he find it?
Not likely.
Has the flush, the 5 of a kind, so...
Yeah, and that 5 of a kind is still an improvement just because of the extra levels that are there, including the baseline.
We'll see if Burb can find the flush 5.
Right, the flush 5 with the hack is going to be, or has the potential to be quite big, just because of, again, that hack makes it so that basically every card that Burb is playing is... has a red seal on it, but some of these are just baseline hearts and not, or some of the cards in the deck are baseline hearts and not diamonds. And also Burb, once again, unfortunately only hitting 4.
Yep, 4 of a kind, and we actually saw that it was barely not enough. It was 600k on the calculation, which is, I mean, so close, but just not there. Burb down to 1 life.
Yeah, and that's a quick 3 lives that have gone have been taken off of Burb here, and Bean really not slowing down at all. Has, again, much more upward potential as a result of these Red Seal Queens, and that was an early decision that you pointed out, you know, could come back to haunt Burb here, and you know, so far Bean's only going to have more of them in the deck with this DNA over time.
Yeah. While Burb's still, like, the best thing they're copying is a holographic Wild 4. It's just, like, it feels so much worse to be copying that 4 compared to, I mean, Bean's amazing Red Seal Queen, honestly.
I mean, you say that, but it's only going to feel worse if a Sock and Buskin comes into
Absolutely.
the mix.
If we do see Sock on Bean's side, I fear that the game is just straight up over.
Yes.
But we'll have to see if Burb can even like get past that point. Has the Invis Joker here. Are we gonna sell it with DNA in our inventory?
I mean, that's a hedge, I think, against it landing on the family here, but like you really wanted to hit either the hack or the really probably wanted to hit the Ancient Joker right now.
Yeah, definitely want that Ancient.
Bean absolutely wants it to hit the Ancient Joker because there is no hack. But right now, just trying to find a hand that wins and also plays as many diamonds as possible.
I wonder if Bean will just skip it, because Bean doesn't have the hack to hit.
Right.
So it does hit hack once Bean sells the DNA. It actually picks up the trio, so a lot of score on Burb's side. It does hit hack. And
so
picks
it
up the
is
trio.
Invisible is Joker purchase order, right?
I actually have no idea.
I'm fairly certain. I'm fairly certain. So follow this logic. I'm pretty sure it's purchase order. Hack and Family are two of the earliest purchase Jokers. It may be very likely, in fact, to hit Bean's Family if I'm remembering this purchase order correctly. I don't know.
That's correct. The Family and the hack came from the same jumbo pack.
Exactly. So it might be a matter of which one entered the Joker roster for Burb first that determined that outcome. And if Bean did it in the same order or a different order, it could hit something. It could be queued up to hit the rough gem, I think, for Bean if the hack was second.
Oh, that is interesting. And if that's the case, I mean, that's a very edge case where with what Joker you selected makes a difference when you take two Jokers from a jumbo pack. Or which one you selected first. We'll have to see. Bean will pick up the Invisible Joker. It's too much to not take the chance on the Ancient Joker in Bean's eyes.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, we know what the Invisible hit for Burb. Bean has, no knowledge of that, so is just going to, take this because it is a good choice, not because... you're looking for a specific outcome.
Honestly, even if it hits Family, it's like still ×4. So.
Right. Yeah, this it's been a fairly, dry seed. There's been no Dusk. There's been no Sock, unfortunately, for Bean. Yeah. So it's not like there's been a lot of things. And also, Bean has 4 lives to give here. So even if it hits something like a rough gem, which maybe you sell. Same thing with DNA. Maybe you sell just to try and hit one of the more impactful Jokers. You're not in that big of a hurry, right? You've got 3 lives to give.
Yeah. We'll see. Is Bean... It looks like Bean... Well, based off the timer, I'm guessing that Bean is in the... has Bean in the big blind.
Yes.
But,
yes,
Bean
just...
a little bit of time. Oh, Bean catches up on the... Finds a trio.
Interesting. Yeah, just spending... Aru here trying to set up for taking that final life, getting out of the DNA, which I do like. I believe there are 5. Yeah, there are exactly 5 of those wild queens as it stands. So why do I need more of them? I want to end this match as quickly as possible. I think debating between the rough gem and the juggler right now of do I sell for this trio to get some extra tempo?
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a hard choice. It looks like Bean is going to skip the trio. This is the correct line because Bean is not winning this PvP now that Burb's Invis has popped.
Yes.
But there always was the potential of you take the trio, you've been outscoring your opponent for 3 PvPs in a row. You can just get the quick 4th life here and close the game out. But Bean... wants to keep the gem, wants to keep the plus hand size even.
Right. I think some of this is maybe just trying to get as much value out of this rough gem as possible before selling out of it in favor of the letting the Invisible rip, right?
Yeah.
So could be just angling for a 50-50 on the Ancient Joker, which, you know, has high upside. Again, I'm not sure if Invisible specifically is changed for multiplayer, and or whether that resets at the end of an ante, but like it changing antes could also, I believe in vanilla rules, could change the invisible target as well.
I think for multiplayer, Invis has been changed, and I would imagine that if ante was an issue for it, then they would have changed it specifically for that. I don't know the exact change. Bean's gonna see 31 million and know that he can't beat it. I think another thing, Bean may not think that he's that far behind on the finding the invis.
Right.
So he may think that Burb may have skipped the invis, being down to 1 life. I think Bean would take it. So now Bean knows he's behind because he's got, a Joker that doesn't do
Well, and I think some of this play also is indicative of maybe Bean making a read that the Burb was further ahead in the shop queue and has the invisible and is just saying, you know what, I'm losing this anyway. Let me just farm some money off of this this rough gem. That could be an indication that, you know, maybe Bean has an inkling that that the invisible on Burb's side already popped.
It's possible too. But either way, skipping that trio, definitely the right play and a good play on Bean's side. So I like
honestly had no chance of winning anyway because only drew 1 of the wild queens. So what are you gonna do?
So like a threefold Bean W here.
Yeah, maybe drew 2, but still not enough to like actually have a relevant chance at winning here.
Oh, I've been told that it's always a high card seed.
Red Seal Queens are very near Red Seal Kings, aren't they?
However, I think the photograph... Oh my god, it hits Ancient Joker. That is not good for Burb.
Yeah, if Bean just locks in and decides to draw all 5 of those Red Seal Queens, that's going to beat Burb. That will help.
Holy, okay. Picks up the Baron just because like a king is a little bit extra molt, but obviously these queens are not going up to kings anymore.
Right, you've got the space for it. You might as well throw it in there. But
the pretty ace.
This is a
will be passing on it.
Huge deal. Like even on even Burb would have rather that that invisible hit the ancient, right?
Yeah.
But obviously Bean desperately wants it too because there is no hack on Bean's side.
Yeah. So I mean Bean, and also with just the photograph pickup is just another huge problem for Burb. Going face cards, just the extra ×4 molt because you have the red seal. Burb does not have access to that. The 4s that he's playing will not work for photograph without like a negative paradoia, basically.
Right. It's really, I mean, all of this is downstream of that one decision to pass on this singular red seal that's been on offer this entire seed.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it looked fairly ambitious at the time. When, you know, there was a hack in play, there was not a whole lot of setup, but Bean really took the time to say, you know what, this red seal is worth building towards, even with this hack, even with those wild 5s. Had an opportunity to go with the wild 5s and probably still be ahead of Burb at this stage, but like opted to get even further widen that gap by playing towards the red seal.
I think Burb may have an out. We saw Bean skip on a poly ace. Did Burb pick that up? And will there be enough time to get that into a 2 for and a wild card for the re-triggers?
No, there's no way, right?
One life, it's definitely pushing it. You would need like a god tarot draw here.
Even if you do that, you're still just at parity with your opponent because you know, that wild polychrome is just the same as a copy of Ancient, right?
We do have the double hack, so that's where I'm saying
the double
maybe it could get there.
Maybe it gets there. I'm just assuming that eventually Bean finds a sock and buskin, right? It's only a matter of time.
See Burb picks up. Actually, I have no idea what he chose because it kind of lagged a little bit past that. I
Yeah.
think he chose the Red Seal 2 there.
That would make the most sense. And, you know, if Burb were the one on 3 lives right now, that might be an opportunity to come back. But I think there's just not nearly enough time. Like, already in the PvP. Like, how do you...
Yeah.
You do not win this PvP unless Bean draws horrifically again, which is becoming less and less likely.
Yeah, absolutely. And
as
honestly,
the deck building continues.
The Tarot Merchant absolutely paying off for Bean. Can bring in all these tarots into the shop. Found lovers because of it. Multiple deaths. Surely Bean draws the flush 5 easily.
Yeah, 49 card deck with I believe 6, maybe 7 of those Red Seal Queens.
Possibly. Strength here, not really the best. I think we're already 3 jack.
Yeah, already got pretty good value off of the strength early. There's one Red Seal Jack that looks like it might have a steal on it though. But it is a Jack of Spades from what I saw, so no Jack of Hearts to sneak in there.
I think the strength will most likely be used for on queens actually to activate the Baron for the final push of score.
Could be. There are some Red Seal Queens that didn't get that wild card. That there's one right there.
Steel here.
Yep, and that's
Perfect.
exactly what Bean is signaling towards.
Fortunately, no wild queens yet.
No, we are seeing maybe that horrific draw that we were talking about from Bean that Burb really needs here.
As for Burb, has 3 wild force. Is going to toss away one of their Red Seal steals. I feel like, well, I guess Burb had only barely lost the last PvP. Or no, won the last PvP, but only barely lost the PvP before. He may not think he's too far behind. Maybe dropping this Red Seal steal is okay if it guarantees your flush 5.
Yeah,
but it's really hard. It's a huge molt increase.
It really is, but unfortunately, Bean making the questionable choice once again to not draw any of those Red Seal Wild Queens in the PvP. Of all the times you want to draw them, this is maybe the most important, and they're just coming up blank.
I could definitely agree with that. Burb does find their entire hand. This is probably the best hand they can put out. Maybe missing 1 holographic for wild, but does have all 5 wild force.
And Bean
finds their hand.
Just barely gets that in time. Does have to also give up a Red Seal steal in order to get there, though. And also has to give up some of the queens that could have been strengthened as well. So not quite Bean's top end, but should still be enough to cover this.
500 million. Bean's going to use the strength. Just going to play it. I think this will be enough, but I've never been good at this kind of math. So.
It's got to be enough with the double ancient.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Outscores it by around 6 times. All right, GG. Game 1 to Bean. Very, very fortunate that the Invis hit Ancient Joker there, right? If it hit Family, no, Bean still has it covered. If it hits, well, no, I'm not sure. If it hits Family, it's definitely way lower score than 3 billion.
Yes. No, if it hits Family, I think Bean is way behind.
Because the Ancient Joker it's ×7 without re-triggers. So it's, I mean, with re-triggers, it's even way higher. I think if it hits Family, yeah, Bean is in a rough spot. But it is like both players took the Eternal Family. It was kind of just a coin flip whether it would hit the Eternal or the more valuable Jokers.
Right. Like if it hits Family, Bean basically needs to find a Sock and Buskin just to reach near parity with what Burb is going for. So that was a really critical 50-50, and it worked out for Bean. Even if it didn't, though, there's still a little bit of extra time to maybe find those, remaining pieces that do give, Bean that upwards mobility as a result of having the red seals at his disposal.
Okay. I've been told that you're quiet on my end.
That's fine. They don't need to hear me anyway. I've never said anything interesting in my life.
I don't agree with that. Surely you've said something interesting.
No, you're just trying to...
At least one thing interesting in your life.
You're just trying to protect chat from, me baiting the 6-7 meme.
Yep. That was a good one. That was we all heard that one. I didn't respond to it because I thought it was below me, but obviously Twitch chat wanted to.
Because you're a true professional, is why.
Exactly.
All right, we are just waiting on the deck and stake. It looks like black stake is the choice again, so that makes my life
Bean
easier.
knows that Burb will ban the lower stakes and Bean will ban the higher stakes, so I mean we're just going black stake again. But what deck is the question?
I mean, it's always Ghost deck, right?
Ghost deck? Actually, Bean loves Ghost deck playing it, but actually doesn't like the consistency. I've heard him say that in tournaments and I guess more high stakes situations, he will actually not pick it and choose a different deck instead.
Curious.
I'm gonna guess Anaglyph. Because I think Bird will pick funky decks, and Bean will be like, I'll run an Anaglyph deck. This is based off nothing but vibes.
I don't have enough information on, Burb's track record to make an informed decision, so I'm going to sit here in silence rather than using my American right to speak confidently about something I know nothing about.
Okay, Burb chooses Erratic, Painted, and Black deck as the choices, and Bean will select Erratic. So it's a run back to Black Stake Erratic deck, which means we don't have to change our UI.
Yeah, I was going to say, talking about making our lives easy again. I don't have to click any buttons. I was already ready to click them, and then it turns out no.
Did you get the best of counter?
You betcha.
For Game on Bean. And Burb has requested a 2-minute break. So in 2 minutes, we will see the result of. Well, we'll see the start of Game 2. I believe Burb can bring it back. Take a Game 2 to force the Game 3. I think Burb has it in his skill ability. But we'll see if Bean just wants to close it out with a quick 2-0.
Yeah. I believe Bean going to ready to join the caster booth for next match, and I would imagine.
Absolutely, he wants to kick me off my job as soon as possible.
What is that? How does that make you feel, Edsy? What
Well, I guess in that case, I've got to root for Burb. In fact, I've got to root for Burb. Well, I need to root for Burb for this Game 2, but then I also need to root for Bean for Game 3, so he's not casting the Grand Finals. So maybe I could sneak on in there, though I'm not sure I would be queued for Grand Finals anyways.
I see. I like the play. Get Bean out. Wait, no, get Bean into the finals so that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Bean obviously will be casting the semifinals versus Star Toad and Max Wu. That's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen exactly after this game or at a 4 p.m. EST time. Let me see what the players have said.
Yeah, otherwise
Go
I'll
through some of the chats.
Have to put my yap into the test in order to stall for maybe a few hours. All right, let's see if we can see the deck.
Game start.
As we get through here.
The mid end looks, or the middle of the deck looks like the higher rank. So like the 6, 7, 8, 9 grouping.
Say that again?
Basically a little bit of the opposite of what we saw last game.
Yeah, still like a lot of 8s, so Zeno's happy about this one. But a much more even suit distribution here. Not a lot of spades, but everything else pretty even. So not going to get by necessarily with those early flush houses, quite as simply as was the case last round. And going to have to, for both players, maybe work a little bit harder for deck building, as we see an immediate riff raff.
I was gonna say, yeah, both players immediately took the riff raff, barely gave a glance to trading card, which I was surprised about. But absolutely rewarded with this kind of draw from the riff raff. Chad and hallucination. If I had taken that trading card, oh, that's a spicy joker.
I'm right there with you, Edsy, and normally I would, be questioning that play as well, but I lost a Major League Blotcher match last season solely because I chose trading card over Riff Raff. I think that the econ that you get off of Riff Raff as your first joker is just much more important than the progressive and incremental value that you get off of trading card even as your first joker.
Makes sense. And wow, Burb is thinking about the Chad cell.
Yeah, I think so. It is a
sold. It is a hallucination,
right? Which is a tough sell because you want to get that idol online. But it is a nerf Chad, but because it's a Radic deck, you maybe have an opportunity to, just hit 2+ of the idol card, and then that Chad you don't really feel the nerf, right? Because you've got it in the first and second slot, and it hits the idol 2 additional times anyway.
Yep. So both players will actually end up taking the same line. Keeping the Chad is just too valuable with the idol. You could have just accepted one Riff Raff card, but both players tending not to do that. Bean holding this Hermit upstairs, actually.
Yeah, trying to get as much value of it as possible. I believe slightly behind on Econ, I think, opening up a tarot pack that Burb didn't see, and that's where the Hermit came to be. So having to sell out of the Jokers just to get the extra bit of interest, which is a good play. Not a necessary play, though, from Burb, just because of the additional money already in tow, but that Hermit represents a lot of extra funds here.
Yeah, absolutely. Once we get the $6 from this delayed gratification, along with the 12 mult from the Crazy Joker, I believe, we're definitely going to be popping this Hermit for the maximum amount of money. Yep, we love to see that.
Yeah.
Being at $42.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge early get. Certificate in the shop could be something worth, getting less value off of the Riff Raff. We saw last game how critical red seals are, but there's also purple seals. There's a Chad, so a gold seal is, quite valuable still.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good hits. Basically, anything other than a blue, especially if Bean chooses to take the blue seal here. But again, Justice is banned, so only way to access glass is through packs like this, but still valuing that blue seal here on the side of Bean.
We'll see if Burb makes the same choice. I think the fact that there's only 3 aces, 3 2s in the erratic deck, in this erratic deck, played a huge factor in that choice. But it is still possible. It was almost a hack seed for Burb last round. It looks like we get off our certificate a gold seal king.
Ooh. I think I've seen few people make use of a gold seal as well as Bean does. So, I think this stage in the run, especially on a king, there were 5 kings at the start. That's now the 6th king. That could be something worth building around.
Oh, that's true. Burb is making the agonizing decision of picking up this certificate.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to block space for this Riff Raff, but certificate again has the potential to really give the build some form of direction if it hits the right seals.
What do you think about finding the red seal in the standard pack and then just getting rid of the certificate?
I'm, especially with the business card in the shop, I'm a big fan of it. I don't want to dilute my deck any more than I have to. I wouldn't mind maybe trying to fish for a purple, because that'll make the red seal more valuable, just because you can, potentially get more ways to copy that.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Generally build your deck.
Personal Wi-Fi. I was gonna say Burb playing for a better internet connection for that $5,000.
Yeah.
At Burb, I'm gonna add him. Oh, we lost your video. Ninja feed. I will add him.
Oh, it's back. I think it's just really, really laggy. We're going to... We're at about... we're at about 5 frames per minute, I think, now.
It is lagging quite a bit. The timer is ticking down at, close to normal pace.
Yeah, that's okay. So it is just Burb not showing anything. That's fine.
Yeah, right now he's just on the menu checking it. It is laggy. Hopefully this lag can subside. Okay. What just happened? We have a multiplayer launcher authentication required here.
It looks like a DC.
I'm not sure, because he's pressed the back a couple of times. They're stuck outside the PvP, it looks like.
Oh, right.
DC, that's a DC?
Both,
okay,
yeah, both players have readied up. So it might need to be a remake, because...
Can you try unstuck? Because you're no longer connected to the launcher. I'm not sure about this technical stuff. Yep, both players haven't even reached the first PvP. If this is a disconnect, this is just simply a remake. This would have been a remake anywhere.
World's easiest remake.
Very fortunately, neither players got anywhere, I guess, in the seed.
Unfortunate too, because that did have some potential there with a hanging Chad and an idol already in place. That could have been...
It was, especially with the early idol and the erratic deck, it could have been a very juicy seed, especially with the deck fixing that both players did. It may have been we could have seen a difference in how they deck fixed, and that might have gotten either player a W. Hopefully. We'll see if the Wi-Fi continues to have problems or not. HTTPS, I would...
Alright, well... We're just leaking the code for the world to see at this point.
the world Wi-Fi, the internet?
Fortunately, the Wi-Fi is so slow, everybody saw it long after it was relevant.
Alright. We are watching a bit more of a slideshow on Burb's side this time.
And I'm curious to see what this deck composition looks like this time. A lot of spades and clubs.
Yes, a lot of twos as well. There are 8 of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of twos. So it could be another hack angle, but again, the deck composition doesn't really matter that much, other than these early rounds and getting through those quickly.
Yeah.
You really need to see what resources the shop offers you, in both between jokers and just cards in the standard pack, in order to determine what am I building towards.
Yeah, for sure.
And we just see
both players
continued disrespect for the GOAT trading card here.
Well, Eternal trading card a little less likely to be on the team, I think.
I don't understand. What are we talking about?
maybe if we were Dr. Spectre, we would value the Eternal more, but the Eternal trading card more. But in this case, I think both players are happy to find the egg. Just get a little econ. Hope we see a Temperance. And this is a way to find the Temperance. Shout out to Vagabond Balatro.
Yep. Well, let's not go too far. Let's not go too far. Vagabond did beat me in our Major League Balatro match.
Okay, don't
shout out to Vagabond Balatro, but only the caster iteration.
I see. And here's the one thing we have to worry about. Will Burb's computer be able to handle Vagabond?
I mean, this a Vagabond extends the game no matter what, and the longer we're in the game, the more likely there is to be another DC, right? And there's the Temperance that you talked about. As we see Bean leaning in on these twos, already making them hearts. I like this play, just for the sake of, again, picking a suit and sticking with it, but also hearts specifically gives you access to Bloodstone, which, you know, isn't great, but is a serviceable option for you.
Definitely a Joker that you have to build around if it's the only thing usable in the seed for times molt. We'll see the flush 5 unlocked for on Burb's side. Finds 5 8s there.
Another heavy 8 seed.
Yeah.
So we didn't.
Surely the 8-ball comes.
we ran back another one and got a another juicy seed. So Zeno will be happy once more.
Actually, slight ordering error from Bean there. Could have bought another Joker in this situation and gotten a bit more Temperance value like Burb did.
Yeah, especially with that pack, you're always opening the pack anyway, right? So, you know, gets earlier information about what's in the Emperor, but that's less valuable than just the free money off of that Temperance. And we see a purple come into play. Ooh, if that idol comes back around, I think it's going to be another high potential scoring match just between the Vagabond with that crystal ball potentially in tow and you know, a lot of aggressive deck fixing here.
I'm surprised that neither player. Oh no, I'm surprised that Bean did not take the voucher there. Was around like $12, right? Could have afforded it.
Yes, had the money. I think was considering it, and chose maybe to get a little bit further ahead in the Joker queue, picking up this Swashbuckler, which is very reliable scoring that you can just, you know, with it risk-free, get a lot of farming off of this this Vagabond. I think was maybe the idea here.
I think the only problem is it may be too reliable.
Yes.
Bean is scoring with high cards, scoring 450. Well,
I mean,
now,
that's the perfect amount, right? You just play one more high card, and like, you know that your fourth hand is the one that does it, and then you just have to draw a serviceable hand for the fourth one.
It does have the flush 5 here with this Lovers. Of course, we'll use it to make room for more Vagabonding.
Right, and you definitely, you know, you don't want the Fool to be wasted on a World or a Lovers. So
another Lovers pops back up.
Might not have a choice if the only tarot that gets generated here is a Lovers.
Yeah. So the one issue for Bean here is, of course, you need this voucher. The Omen Globe follow-up is crucial to possibly finding red seals, and just having a third inventory slot for your Vagabond makes life a lot easier and just kind of maximizes your value, because you can then block like tarots you don't want to see as well. You can block more tarots. But will Bean be able to find the econ for it?
That's actually a good point. That early first shot may be the only opportunity to buy the voucher, just because of, you know, if you don't hit gold cards off of this Vagabond, you don't make money. If you don't hit lucky cards off of this Vagabond, you don't make money. You need, and you don't really want to be selling out of this egg either, because that's gonna feel bad.
I mean, the Temperance value for if you hit it on Vagabond is huge, right?
No, I think that, like, Bean is now in a circumstance where maybe that Temperance needs to hit in order to have a chance.
Okay, let's see it. Devil, $3. with the devil and then $4 reward, still $2
Could
off.
be-
You'd have to sell the Wrathful, I think.
Or
If
you
you don't
just
hit here.
fool the devil.
That is a safer line. You could fool for the devil to get an extra $3. Hits the tower, so no temperance value. If Bean wants to get this voucher... Oh, and there's a Chad in the shop too. This is so rough.
Are we selling the egg then? It could be a temperance in the pack. This is good ordering. Not quite. But
there's a hermit.
That
Actually,
does...
Hermit does get
right.
you there.
And that's almost, it's almost as though you're getting the temperance off of this, right? It's a one-time temperance, basically, with the fool queued up, so.
I think on Burp's side does not have the hanging Chad. I'm not sure why not. Was it just too... Possibly Bean was too far in the shop? Oh, is it possible that Bean was too far in the shop? Past where the golden ticket was. So when he used the gold card, he was already past where it ended up, and now finds the Chad here.
I think you might be exactly right. That's a huge miss for being here as well, because that hanging Chad really wants that golden ticket paired with it.
And actually, Bean will not get vagabond value. I think he was on timer pressure, because he took so long in the small blind and big blinds. So now at $20, I mean, at least we'll be getting interest.
Right, and does have those does have decent scoring here compared to what Burb's going to be able to show. Should likely be able to take a life here if the flush 5 with those 2s is hit between the hanging Chad on the Wrathful with the tribe coming into play as well. So.
Yep. Just unfortunate. Basically, -4 tarots for being here that Burb will get to see.
-3 because you do get the Cartomancer for 1 additional.
Yeah, true. Very true. And Burb's going to casually throw out a flush house.
Again, does hit the purple as well. There's the hand that you're looking for.
Flush 5, this is Bean's best hand. Also has a little bit of extra molt for the Chad to work with.
Yeah.
21k.
I feel like that should be much bigger than anything that Burb can show here.
Hits 9k on the flush house.
Okay.
And has tarots to manipulate. Actually has the flush 5 here because of the world. I think Burb may be able to do it with a. It depends on the last tarot that you get from Vagabond.
Yeah, if if just Bean is able to hit 3 more spades here, might be able to cover that.
That's true. Bean does have a few more hands.
Right, because of the Wrathful and the tribe doing a decent amount of scoring, just
it looks like
by itself.
Burb was going to give up the hands because they didn't go for 2 big hands, which is what Burb would have needed. Burb will just play the random high card to get a tarot and then play the flush 5 with a gold card to get a little extra money.
Okay. So did the math, didn't feel like there was enough in the tank to close that gap, and just getting as much value as possible instead. I like that play. That's a good heads up play and good use of the score calculation option. And being groaning a little bit after turning some of those hearts into spades and immediately seeing the bloodstone pop up.
Stone.
Yeah, everybody's favorite Joker that does nothing.
Joker.
Yeah, that and throwback. I don't understand why Local Thunk put a 1x Joker in this game.
Oh, Eternal Photograph. This is a little bit of a hard take. It is basically with the Chad only a ×4 Molter. It's similar to the Eternal family that both players took, but also, I mean, you have to play the face cards instead of like the 2s. And if Hack shows up, we're not happy that we have Eternal Photo.
That's
B will actually pass.
I like the pass. It is a common joker, and as their name suggests, they do show up pretty often.
That makes sense to me. Is Burp gonna play this 3 of a kind?
We do see a lot.
We have a lot of Vagabond to play, so I'd be
lot of
surprised.
Vagabond to play, and a lot of money to make here for Burb as well, between the gold seal, the lucky cards, the gold cards with the hanging Chad, and the golden tickets. There's
absolutely. It's actually not digging as deep in his deck as he could, because we do have that golden 2 that I'd be very happy to look for.
Yeah, I think the one benefit for being here is that because of the Vagabond, Burb isn't able to, it's really a difficult line to toe between maximizing value on all of these econ engines and still getting your tarot cards from that Vagabond, which you definitely want to have happen here, and not able to ditch the Judgment, so just forced into losing a tarot card here because of the cards that were generated.
Let's see. Here's the Cartomancer and Tribe for Burb, so definitely behind in the shop. Does have this Hermit to catch up though, and here's the Bloodstone. So basically matched up.
Yeah, and there's the Eternal Chad as well.
Are we selling the egg?
I mean, Burb doesn't know it, but that egg has incredible potential to really separate the econ after Bean was forced to sell out of it last ante just to get the voucher.
He's going to sell the egg. Wanted to keep the abstract because they wanted score, but then found the Smiley, which is a little bit better in terms of the scoring potential, especially with this Bloodstone pickup.
Yeah, the Rand
a little choppy on Burb's side, but I think we saw the rerolls not really hitting that much of interest.
And honestly, Bean kind of really being cornered here into potentially making a lot of spades against his will with his Bloodstone in play.
Yeah. Has the Wild 6 here, so not too bad in terms of it being a Bloodstone and a Strength. This is important to get the Red Seal 6 up to a face card if possible.
Yeah, that,
obviously
right.
6 the furthest away that isn't a hackable card, so
right, that 6 kind of in no man's land in terms of the long-term plays here, right? It's too high for a hack, it's too low to reasonably be expected to turn into a face card. It's just vibing.
Yeah, it's just it's chariot bait.
Could be, and I mean, if none of those jokers show up, if we're just stuck with the the hanging Chad as your retrigger, maybe a Dusk could be the play.
It's possible. Flush here on Bean's side. Burb has the flush house to get out. Will be able to get the last Vagabond card here. Fortunately for Bean, this golden ticket has not really paid off for Burb. I don't think he's seen his 2 very often.
Right. And again, some of that is just you can't play it early to get further through your deck. You have to and you also have to hold some of the resources like the gold seal that you can't play early to get further through your deck. So you just end up holding a bunch of cards and not seeing much of your deck. Curiously, Bird taking the Seltzer going to be disabled in PvP, surely, right?
We'll see. Is it a Vagabond sell here for the 6 cents? 6 cents, very good to find that red seal and purple seals for the deck generation.
I do think that Bean is going to have an easier time making room for that 6 cents with the Cartomancer maybe just on the chopping block as it stands. And maybe you can trade that red seal 6 in exchange for a deja vu to find a better red seal.
Get a red seal clean. Burb might sell this golden ticket, which would put him on parity with Bean in terms of econ.
Yeah.
And actually does make the sell. Disappointed in the value from ticket there. I'm not sure I would have done the same because, I mean, just one devil from this Vagabond is going to turn the the ticket into a huge money generator.
And it's only a matter of time, right? Like Vagabond will give it. It already gave the one devil. It's going to give another one eventually.
Surely, it will give a second devil. I think I've definitely played multiplayer seeds where they just didn't have a certain tarot. Usually death is the one that both players are looking for, and if there are no deaths in the seed, I mean, what are you doing? And maybe there are no devils in the seed.
Might be a life loss from Bean here, ditching a 6 at one point, or a heart at one point, and not able to find the 5th heart. Just simply doesn't have a hand here to play.
And we'll lose an early life to the blinds. A little rough, greeting a little bit too much on the Vagabond.
The one upside is now gets lots of value off of this Hermit, between the Gold Seal, the catch-up mechanic, and the potential to even fool it.
Yep. And we'll choose a flush 5. Look, it seems like Bean wants to save this fool for the potential death. Maybe on the Red Seal 6. Seltzer here for Bean. Did Sixth Sense come before Seltzer? It came after Seltzer,
no.
correct?
Yeah, it was after. But that is going to, be an uncomfortable decision now for Bean, like it was for Burb, if it does show up here soon.
Will get out of the tribe, so basically reduced his scoring by a lot for the Seltzer Sixth Sense combo. But here's the 6 for both players. Oh, and Burb blocked the 6 because he gained a Vagabond card and didn't have room. Will Bean do the same? No, Bean will correctly use the Hangman first. That is an absolute disaster for Burb. A small misplay denying this potential.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a Red Seal right here.
I mean, this would be the same spectral card for both players, so very important to see what this
behind in the
turns into.
Queue. Oh, is Bean gonna sell the 6 cents for the Wraith? No, you've got like 5 6s in this deck.
I mean, you have to figure out something to make room for this, right? You can't get Vagabond value if you sell any of these Jokers right now. Well, I guess if you Wraith, you do.
Yeah. Looks like Bean will sell the Hermit to continue getting Vagabond value.
Could also fool, I believe there's still a hung man in there, but maybe looking for something, again, very, very narrowly looking for that death instead.
Both players definitely looking... Actually, Burb's Red Seal 6 is not hearts. I think Beans is a wild card, correct? I'm not exactly sure. But definitely the Red Seal re-trigger with the Bloodstone is the most powerful thing we have for both players here. And, I mean, it's just a very low-scoring PvP.
I mean, it's just a low-scoring seed in general so far. That's kind of what happens when you're trying to, get as much value off of this Vagabond as possible. You kind of lose track of, or lose the ability to fixate on score, and instead the focus is value in this case.
Yeah. We do see Burb put out a 126,000 score to beat. See if Bean can find a couple of more hearts. Has 2 discards to find more hearts. Looking for that 6, the foil 6 of hearts. Does draw it. Flush house for Bean with the Red Seal.
Wow. With the Red Seal, and also pretty critically here, getting the Gold Seal in that second Chad slot. That is because it's a multiplayer Joker. It's the first 2 cards get re-triggered 1 additional time, so getting some extra money off of this as well.
All right. Does it beat 126? Yes.
Ooh.
30k.
That's after being lost that life in the blind. That is an important life to gain back here. Does not want to go down to 2 just yet. And, you know, with, 6 charges left on the Seltzer? That could be the sell for... Yeah, that could be the sell for Wraith at this point.
Tough choice. Burb was thinking about dropping the Vagabond for some jokers here. I mean, both players now, their deck is a little bit more fixed. Burb has Death Fool in their inventory, so a bit more fixing as well, but it's always a hard sell to drop Vagabond, and like knowing when to get out is a huge skill test.
Yeah, both players looking at the seance here. Maybe tough when a Sixth Sense is already in play, but you do again get a lot of value off of these spectrals. And we'll finally get to see what. Oof, that's and a simple mechanical error is the difference between Bean having this Wraith and Burb having this Wraith, right?
Yeah.
All it was is just a slight missequencing, not having the this inventory space open, or not knowing that the Vagabond was going to go before the Sixth Sense, and just missing out on that Wraith as a result.
We will see. Fortunately, most likely Burb will be able to Sixth Sense this time if they remember. Have to be very careful. Burb has the Sixth Sense first, is going to sacrifice the Vagabond card.
That's
Vagabond
just simply not how it works.
First.
It's not, yeah, it is not Joker order. It's one of the few things in this game.
So Burb is now 2 Spectrals behind, and will not see this family for at least another round.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. It's unintuitive, to be honest with you, because everything else you would expect to be Joker order in this game. And
Absolutely.
we talked at the start that Burb started playing more seriously, only a few months ago. So the good news is that because of the order, the queue is still the same for both players. It's not anti-based. If this were vanilla rule set, Burb would never see that family and would just be a family behind the whole run. But does now have the potential to find it later, but still behind on the spectral. So what if there's another Wraith down the line? That's one less. That basically, just because of these mechanical errors, is 2 spectral cards behind in the queue right now, as we see a Baron show his face with 4 kings in the deck. I think we're gonna see.
You have to take this Baron.
For what?
Like you have Sixth Sense, a bunch of 6s in the deck. The chance you find Deja Vu is so high.
So what do you
and
kill
will
for it?
Pass it.
Yeah, I don't dislike this play. I don't think that with your opponent. I mean, Burb's gonna take it, so we'll see. But I just don't know that
they can drop this seance.
True.
Yeah, the seance.
True, but I just don't know if there's the time in this round for that to become relevant, even with a Vagabond setting up the deck. Now the
I know. Burb sells the Sixth Sense, is going to run Seance as their spectral card generator. And here's a ticket for Bean.
That's ambitious. This could be an off-ramp for Bean on this Vagabond, but there's only 1 gold card, so you would need the Vagabond in order to make the gold cards happen.
A lot of tough choices for both of these players here.
I think
Burb immediately using the Fool, getting to make room for the spectral card here.
Able to hit it. Hits the Wraith. We know it's going to be family.
Oh, Troubadour. That would have been pretty good with your Baron, by the way, Bean.
I mean, if you only have 4 kings, it doesn't matter how big your hand size is. Right?
True, but of course we have the Vagabond.
Right.
And at the time, Bean had full death in his hand.
I mean, yeah. Also, has the foil on the Vagabond, has the luxury of a 1 life advantage, has maybe a couple levels in Pluto now. If anybody is in a spot to make this Baron happen, it's oh no. That
Burb
if anybody's
will pick up the Baron, and
yes.
Burb has Seance, not Sixth Sense. So this actually means the possibility for more than one spectral card a round. If Burb can catch up, find the Ankh.
Right. But I think it's now 3 spectrals that Burb is behind. And you're saying that as though you can just simply draw a straight flush every round.
Just draw a straight flush.
Right. So there's no guarantee that that's going to be something that, Burb's deck has the tools to do at the moment. And that's another high card level from Bean. Could have been a high card seed, but again, what do you part with? Having to rip the Wraith first, actually, making it a little bit more challenging for Bean to make that commitment to the Baron.
He's gonna sell the Sixth Sense. Is it? Oh my god, it's a satellite. It's a $5 satellite. It's the greatest satellite I've ever seen in my life.
You've never seen my negative $11 satellite, then.
Oh my god, I've only heard rumors of such a thing.
I know. Many people said it couldn't possibly exist, but it does. It did.
Oh, and if Burb sells the Seance, they will no longer have the chance to find this Ankh. And actually, Burb, it may be, if Burb goes for this high card line, it may be that Burb will lose because they did not properly play the Sixth Sense. Because it would have had Ankh by now. And if you have Baron and Ankh.
Not quite. I think there was one additional.
One additional. Okay,
yeah.
So would have had to play one more 6 or one Seance proc to get there.
I think what we could see from Bean though is a play to if an Ancient Joker appears again, you're just ripping the Ankh on that bad boy, obviously.
Yeah. I think we'll hold this Ankh for basically ever.
Right. If an idol appears, I could very well see that getting used, and then especially if we bring Burb to 1 life here, which does seem very possible with the extra value that you're getting from the family right now.
Okay, listen here, Beam. You just sold your $5 satellite for a delayed gratification that is basically $0 because we're not using our discards.
I think it's just an effort to make inventory space and set up enough money for the Vagabond here.
I see. Makes sense. Burb will choose not to use the Wraith. I mean, especially down on 2 lives, it's so awkward to try and get straight flushes, at least in the PvP, right? Because you want to get your best hand.
Yeah, and I think that with that is similarly with that in mind, Bean moving out of the Sixth Sense in part because these 6s need to be played in flush 5s, 5 of a kinds, in order to to make value here, right?
At the moment, Bean still has the family, so score for him probably gonna be in Bean's favor, right? You just play 5 6s, all hearts, and it should look good. Whereas you can't really, I mean, we would need 4 kings to make up the ×4 from family, and then we're not playing a flush 5.
Okay, a whiff on the tarots so far from Bean's side.
Burb is trying to make the hard choice of playing this 3 of a kind of kings simply because they need to find the heart 6s here.
And Bean really digging for those 6s and some decent tarot cards. Does find 4 of them.
Yep. Just want one more.
Does find it. And critically another heart. Not the red seal, but it'll do.
Will do. I'm not sure Burb could possibly beat this. There is turn order, so Bean will play this flush 5 and Burb will know the score that they need to beat.
I think Bean right now trying to figure out, do I want this Fool for the potential of another death, or do I want to make sure that I get Hermit value after this 6 goes off? And I like this play. Getting the money with this Gold Seal 6 is probably more valuable than your average tarot card.
I can agree with that. 464,000.
Yeah.
With this amount of score, Burb may be like, well, I can't beat that. Time to farm Seance value.
Could be. As you said, it's just as simple as drawing 2 consecutive straight flushes and you get to spectral cards.
Absolutely. The easiest thing in the world, drawing straight flushes. And has 6, 7, 8, 9, so needs either the 5 or the 10. There's 1 10 and 0 5 in the deck. I did forget that we were playing erratic. We're not making straights.
Right, straights of any kind are a nightmare on erratic deck. I can't imagine trying to aim for a straight flush right now.
Can you get the 10 here? Would be ambitious to say the least, and basically impossible to put it in reality's state.
Yeah, and then you also have to sell both of these tarots in order to get the Vagabond value.
So we'll not hit the straight flush. Actually, it's possible. I don't know if Burb thought about it, but it's possible Burb didn't consider the fact that they were playing erratic when picking up the Seance and how hard it would be.
Could be.
Obviously hard on a normal deck, but erratic, depending on the deck makeup, one of the hardest things you can do.
Kind of difficult just with Vagabond in general, maybe counterintuitively. Obviously the tarot cards help you fix your deck, but they also bite holes in your deck a little bit. You're using strengths, you're using Hanged Man. Like you have these gaps that are maybe present only when you're playing something like erratic deck, that become more pronounced with the Vagabond as you start to coalesce towards a single card.
Yep, absolutely. Eternal Golden Ticket on Burb's side. We're probably not taking that. Here's the Troubadour for the Baron.
Yeah, but very critically...
It's so hard to play high card right now. You're so far behind.
There's no levels. There's just... Uh-oh. We lost Burb.
Did we? It is
unfortunately
very much laggy.
Yeah, I think Burb's laptop flew into a glass window that was just recently cleaned. Unfortunate that happens, but it just simply is the case sometimes. And we see Bean working that that now 10 red seal closer to a jack. Has the strength in the Fool to make it a jack, and critically another red seal face card opportunity for Bean, while still having that bank of sixes in order to play with the family and now the trio coming into the mix.
Yep. We did see Bean toss away the Vagabond. It was time for it to go in Bean's eyes. Picks up the trio. I mean, this is a lot of score that Burb needs to find a way to beat, and I'm not sure if it's possible. Are we relying on seances?
Well, I can't see a single thing that's happening on their screen, so who knows?
On my screen, Burb is in the small blind.
Okay.
Very laggy, but actually has found the straight flush. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, needs one suit changer.
Yeah, I've lost Burb completely. Unlucky.
I can screen share.
Oh no, it's fine. Hopefully it'll come back.
Yeah, hopefully. I've lost Burb as well now.
Okay.
And it's just a full disconnect.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is gonna be a tough one.
I feel like this has to go towards Bean, right?
Yes, I think so. Burb was like, it is a tough one because in the semifinals, the rules is if it's like reasonable, it's a remake. But in this situation, Bean was up 3 lives, right? 3 lives to 1.
Yes.
And the chances that high card build was going to get online basically near zero.
Yeah, I don't.
Burb did not have the option for the Onk line because they were at least 3 spectral cards behind Bean.
I think Bean had every possible advantage in that matchup. Had more red seal 6s, so even if it stayed as the retrigger, had the family over Burb, had the trio over
family
Burb.
The trio.
I think that it looked like a clear another life loss for Burb in that upcoming PvP.
Burb obviously not happy about that. They're in Discord. It's very frustrating, right? Because even if like you are behind, like you don't want to lose to disconnect. You want to play your last hand.
Like it's and it's something outside of your control too, right? Like it's not it's not as though Burb can do maintenance on the Wi-Fi or change their current location or anything like that. It's just an unfortunate reality, but I like obviously we'll wait for a judge's ruling, but I don't see a world where like Bean doesn't win that next PvP and then the match as a result.
The funny thing is, I think Bean is also considered a judge. We're not gonna say any bias here between the judges, but it looks like well, I guess the judge right now, Bean, has decided.
Yeah.
Which I think is very reasonable. I mean, you and I both agree, Roffle, that like it would be a miracle and a half, and we knew Bean was ahead in the shop, ahead in the spectral queues. It's just very rough to see a line that Burb could possibly take there.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're exactly right. I think even before the ruling came into play, like it seemed clear to us from having access to both players' decks, jokers, seeing the spectrals get generated, that there's no path back to victory for Burb in that. Aside from, like, even if a mime shows up, I don't think that in a big blind, small blind, you can make your deck relevant or competitive with even a Baron Mime in that pickup.
I mean, Baron Mime, no high card levels on Burb's side, maybe like 1 or 2, so you would need at least like Raised Fist maybe. It is unfortunate that the disconnect was the end instead of seeing the PvPs, but it looks I think we have to give it to Bean there.
Right.
But honestly, congratulations to Burb. He will be actually moving forward because up into the BC.
Oh, I don't have my mic set up on that scene.
Because the mic isn't on the starting scene.
Whoops.
But yes, you guys saw it, and as Roffle said, there's a 1K swing between 3rd place and 4th place. So Burb will still have the chance to compete for $1,500. Is Bean battling for his own money? Technically, no. It is not his money. It was donated by, I think, a Bean viewer.
Yeah, we're fighting for charity, and we've got
and
2,500 secured. We're into the finals.
Yeah, GG's to Burb. Unfortunate the technical issues decided that, but here's the good news. This is just confirmation that Burb does not hate charity, because
absolutely.
Because allowing Bean to continue through means that that's more of the prize pool going to charity instead of so that it's really a selfless act that we saw from Burb there. So claps in chat for Burb.
Yep.
I mean, that's why I made it so far. All my competitors, they were just very enthusiastic for charity.
Yeah, it couldn't possibly be that you're consistent and good at the game. No, that doesn't make sense.
So what was it looking at like at the end of that?
Okay, so
yeah.
Oh,
so there was
sorry, we're talking over each other.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roffle.
There's a couple slight mechanical issues that resulted in Burb being 2 spectral cards behind. So they didn't have the family off of the Wraith yet. They were short a trio. I think you had more of the Red Seal 6s, so like there was just no path back there. The one advantage they did have was they picked up the Baron, but I don't think there's enough time left in the match to have a chance at setting that up.
Yeah, that was exactly my thoughts when I saw that. They're on 2 lives. If they decide to go that, it's kind of a miracle if they can beat the setup I have going built into the 6s. So were they also going for the Red Seal 6s?
I don't think so.
They had a few, but it wasn't as much
it wasn't,
as you, I think.
Yeah, not as much. I think you had, what, 4 or 5?
Yeah, I had 4 Red Seals and the Flush Ride with the other 2. But, yeah. I mean, 6s are the worst Red Seal. They're just outside of hackable and the furthest thing from sockable. But you got to take the Red Seal because even if there is a Sock and Buskin, a Red Seal on a 6 is a free Joker slot that I don't have to fill up with the Sock and Buskin. So I kind of just committed to them.
There was, I think, so there was a line, especially, I think you noticed it because you got further into the spectral queue, because there was Ankh, and with the Baron, I mean, all the other Jokers were kind of replaceable, and with some finagling, but Burb missed the first spectral because they didn't open up space because of the Vagabond, right? So they had two Taros, played the 6, and it gave them the Vagabond card. And then the second spectral, they moved 6 cents over to the left of Vagabond, thinking that it would proc first, but it didn't. So they got another Vagabond card.
Where did I see that recently? Was it an MLB match? Maybe I learned from that, but yeah, the order doesn't matter. It's because when you proc the 6 senses after the 6 deletes, and the Vagabond is when you play the hand. So
actually, that was the first time I learned that was the ordering.
So it didn't matter much with the Overstock Plus. Or sorry, not Overstock Plus, Crystal Ball.
Yeah. And I mean, after that, after no ability for the Ankh, unfortunately, Burb can't really come back from that, even with like a miracle draw, right? And we knew the upcoming Jokers because you were ahead in the shop, and we knew the upcoming standard cards because you had the Red Seal 10 that you were strengthening up to a Jack, but obviously that's not going to become a king anytime soon. But, I mean, 2 good games from you, Bean. What are you thinking as you as you're on the cusp of claiming victory of your own tournament?
It's a bit weird, you know. I joined this because I like playing Battletron more, and I like watching it. So I just wanted to at least get in on the fun on the first day, and I did expect to just get knocked out soon because there were a lot of good players pretty early on in my path, but those players also had a hard time in the tournament, and then I just had like less difficult matches than I thought I was going to have, and I just kept winning until we're here, and now I'm somehow in the finals. 256 players. It's nice.
Yeah. Beating a lot of good players in this tournament, and a lot of actually surprising upsets, right? So, very fortunately, you weren't upset, and you're here now.
Yeah, now I just gotta bring it home. You know, I wasn't too worried if I didn't make it in the finals, but now, if I'm in the finals, I gotta win the tournament, because how do I title the video if I don't win? So, we're gonna be up against either Max Wu or Startoad. I like my chances. You know, I went 3-0 against Startoad practicing yesterday. Okay. But obviously, there's some variance. They have a very different play style. And I don't know my chances against Max Wu at all, so we'll see.
I do think, can I share a somewhat funny story?
Go ahead.
When the seedings came out for the Beans 10K, Because I think you admitted that streamers got seeded a little higher than just because, you know, entertainment value. I think my seed was probably a little too high. But people were like, being at 27, some of the top players were like, being at 27, LOL. Dare I say that they were right, but in the opposite way, you definitely should have seeded yourself higher.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want to like gas myself up too much, but I guess I am higher seeded. It's with the seeding is done off like your peak MMR on the ranked leaderboards, and I don't play ranked much, so it would be how I was seeded if I wasn't hosting the tournament around there anyways. But yeah, maybe I should put myself up there a bit. There's only, I guess all the players in are quite high seeded at this point, though there was some people still fighting in the quarterfinals.
So I think I will be heading off.
Yeah, thank you for casting.
No
I appreciate it.
GG's Bean, GG's Burb as well, and thanks for casting with me, Roffle. It was
thanks.
Fun.
Appreciate you joining. Shared some good insight, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Max Wu vs Star Toad and just kick back and relax.
Yeah.
All right, later, guys. Peace.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong, but we are.
That was the plan. You know, we didn't expect this match to go so soon, and the reason, like, I wanted to play second today, but these players needed more time to get ready. So they were supposed to play after this set. I'm not sure if they're both completely ready yet. I don't know if you want to stall, or we can go back live when that match starts. We could do a show match, up to you.
I'm good with whatever. It depends on, I guess, what the timeline is for that match, I guess.
Right. They were scheduled for an hour from now. I think should be good within 30 minutes.
Yeah, I would expect. That's not too much time to stall. Yeah, I can maybe. I need a break anyway, so.
I mean, if you want to end, I can stall and you can join me back when that starts up.
No, I'll just keep the stream running, but I'll join back up once join you back in the booth once things are up and running.
All right, perfect for me.
All right,
works. I will see you then.
Yep, see you soon. GG's. All right, let me finish getting the beans set up, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do to stall out. Need to find. There's so many channels in this Discord, my god. I need to find the links for the upcoming player streams, and then we can figure it out from there. Oh, I'm in the wrong place is why. And this is number 2. Okay, cool. All right, that's all set up. Let me go to This... And I'll be right back. Alright, I guess to stall, we can just continue the run that we had from yesterday. Let's see if we can remember what's going on here. We're trying to make 6s for Ecto. Let's look at our vouchers. 1 reroll. Don't need that. Actually, we might want the death on 6 to give ourselves more chances. Let's do this. Gives us more time to figure out whether we want to cryptid that or not. We've got a lot of space in our score. We just are running out of 6s. Uh-oh. That could have been all our 6s. The double in there. I mean, I guess the bright side, we don't die. Jonathan, thank you for the 6. Did you take Mime against the 6th Sense? I might take Mime over the Blueprint right now. I don't have to make that decision. That's a great voucher to find. The arm is not my problem. I actually want the red seals gone anyway. Or the non-red seals. Wait, I have space. And I have a cryptid. Do we have to pivot now? Probably not. Blocking, I think, is more important than getting additional blue seals right now. We don't actually care about blue seal value all that much. It does block against the active. Okay, well, if we have to start rolling these in order to maybe aim for polychrome. If we hit polychrome, we can go trib. We have 4 6s left. Foiled again. Ecto. Another chance at polychrome, at least. Look, we're gonna give ourselves the opportunity to make the pivot, even if it's not necessarily stronger. Lambda, thank you for the bits. At least it's not foil. Get this out of my sight. This happens at end of round, so this happens first. Ecto. Oh! Thank you, 6 cents. Just in time. I have 2 more 6s. Opens up a Joker slot for me. We've actually got a decent chance at Naninf now. You can start rolling again since we have Joker slots. also just play towards that for the time being. I don't have the cards to discard right now. Early Serpent. I have no idea what my scoring is going to look like. I'm going to take a quick Coward's line here. Just to get a sense. Skips Eris, rolls, takes second Eris. Did I have the golden ticket when I skipped the first one? Also, imagine fixating on such an inconsequential part of this game. Okay, so we can play multiple flush fives to arm that. We have Polychrome, but with the Ecto, I think we still probably want to go the Baron line. Third time's the charm, yeah. Guess it'll depend on how deep this mime is. I just don't really have a high number of cards to farm either the golden ticket or the mail-in rebate right now. Okay. I mean, we gotta go for it, right? It's now a 1 out of 4 for Perkio with a cryptid in play. I mean... these are pretty good odds for... I could just Ecto now. No. I don't want to commit yet, because it could land on the Baron. Here. I think we're gonna sell out of the trib when we invis. Might be the optimal invis for this type of run, yeah. Because it's a 3 out of 4. Trib is so cool. Yeah. So it's making the funny number. I don't really want to manage glass on a, like, segmented run like this. We don't actually want to see a new Joker right now. Why am I rolling? Like, because we're gonna have to start up casting Bean's tournament here in a few minutes, I'm just going for the Baron run. Huge. All right. Now, where's the mime? We also need voucher skips because we don't have the retcon yet. Okay. Now we just need DNA. And we get to print a lot of additional money right now. Could go for Turtle Bean Bug, because we have the Ecto queued up, but we don't have the retcon yet, so that is limiting in terms of our ability to do that. We also, without the DNA, don't have enough cards to make that relevant. Like this. Do you actor for a showman? No, I don't want a showman right now. We need exactly DNA. We have our 4-copy Joker. Showman is unnecessary. Yep. We can roll, but we can't skip. Okay. Unlucky. Fourteen-card hand with a 13-card deck. Sounds like a sick Bellagio insult. Yeah, let's trademark it now. Where DNA? Jeez. I mean, we gotta farm up because we need money. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time before the next match starts. Hey, Roffle, Messi or Ronaldo? I'm American. Our football is oval, not circle. We did lose a pretty significant amount of hand size, but we still got some space. That's the best response I've ever heard to the question. To be clear, even if it were about football players, it's still a dumb and boring question. I don't care. And the people that do care are not people that I want to talk to. I say that as a sports fan who has played sports my entire life. Walk a rare. Welcome back. Troubadour isn't bad, but I kind of need the extra money to roll down for the DNA. I've never had this hard of a time finding a Joker before. What's that about? Alright, after this boss blind, we're gonna have to swap back over to the casting, so there will be another brief interruption here. But maybe if the match goes quickly again, we can Can finish this afterwards. Joker's in the right spot. What's your go-to midnight snack? Sleep. There it is. All right, just in time too. Now we can pause again. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna set up for the second semifinals match, which should be starting on the half hour, I believe. There's just some tech issues that the players are sorting through. But if that one goes quickly and I still have energy, we can finish up this run. And then all we need for this to Nan-Inf is 1 voucher. Holy. All right, I'll be right back. All right, give me 1 second to set this up.
All right, it is time. We get to see some good players play the game.
Wait, isn't that what we already saw? Isn't that what my chat was just watching? What are you getting at here, Bean?
I just find the lucky line. We don't do optimal plays over here.
Same. Okay, glad we're on glad we're on the same page here. It looks like we're just selecting deck and stake still.
Yep.
We've got bans coming into play. So for anyone that's maybe just joining for the semifinals of this tournament, obviously both of these players very skilled. They wouldn't be here otherwise. What do we know about them?
Well, they are both very good at the game. StarToad has been playing multiplayer for a while. They've, I think, won a couple weekly tournaments. They've been playing ranked a long time and is a big part of the community. And Max Wu is actually a Super Auto Pets player who recently joined the game. So they were like, I think, grand champion of Super Auto Pets and decided to try out Battletron multiplayer. There's a lot of overlap between those communities, and they decided to try it out, and they've been dominating ever since. They've been rank 1 recently and just so consistent. So it's been fun to see their run, and we'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Like, I mean, like I said, going through, what was it, 256 competitors, everybody that gets to this point is going to be very, very skilled at multiplayer, but also, you know, putting on a good run at the end to get here. So should be an exciting match, and we get to find out who plays against you in tomorrow's grand finals.
I got to study up on these players, you know, learn everything they do so I can do better. It looks like I definitely could have guessed the stake here. We're going black stake. Both these
Seems to be a
players
theme.
definitely not white stake players, and yeah, every player left is a black stake player other than myself. And we're gonna go anaglyph deck. I tried to pre-fire with another erratic game. We just go black stake erratic deck all 4 games today.
Would have been nice.
Anaglyph black. I mean, we've been playing a lot of this in MLB recently.
That's true.
That's the deck of the week.
So we saw in my matchup, at least, that you can get a big advantage from taking the right skip and taking the right skip at the right time with enough of these double tags queued up. What are some of those skips that you're looking for, especially with maybe the shop queue being a little bit different with the order? And so what are you eyeballing with your skips when you're playing on Anaglyph?
I think it is definitely different than no order. You know, that skip you took for the buffoon pack, I think that's a great skip because all those buffoon packs are completely separate from the shop, and you can only see, I think, like a max of 4. Maybe, I guess there's a possibility of 6, but all those buffoon packs are going to have jokers that your opponent could never see. But in this case, that's just going to get you further in the joker queue. Those are jokers that you don't have to roll into anymore. They just appear like that, and then you're kind of in the future in the shop, and it can be played like that. But the thing to get jokers your opponent's never going to see, you know, those common tags for some common jokers, that's the same as the Riff Raff queue. There's the rare tags. Those are the rares that you get from Wraiths, so that can find some good jokers. But I imagine these players may be skipping for Econ because they are both very confident in their skill, and they're not going to look for those crazy just lucky lines. So we'll see if we even use the tags.
That's true too. That, you know, the good tags have to show up in order for an opportunity to use them. But you know, as you mentioned, you know, with the order especially, those econ tags could be just another way to advance the queue as well, and you know, get that lead in the shop in order to find the resources that maybe your opponent just doesn't have access to because you know, because you took a few hits of you know, $25 to $40 off of the skip tags and end up with a big bankroll to go and find the pieces that you need in order to close it out.
Yeah, being ahead in shop is a big thing. You know, if you are just a couple rerolls ahead before the PvP, maybe there's another scoring joker that can allow you to take a life, and if that you keep doing that, it can keep snowballing. So it's very important. There's obviously a lot to consider with the skips we saw in your match versus Vagabond, the D6 tag. I've never considered that before, but I wonder if these players were watching. That could be something we see today.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those skips that's undervalued and rewards having a strong econ already. So if you're already further ahead in econ, as was the case with Vagabond, that could be a good way to bury your opponent who's maybe, you know, scrambling to catch back up, or, you know, needs to find a resource that you don't have. That could be another way to advance that shop queue and, you know, make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we're seeing Dartoad asked for a seed change. These streams are 3 minutes delayed, so there's some competitive integrity. So I'm curious what is showing up. I know based on practicing with Startoad yesterday, there's a lot of jokers they don't like. Bloodstone, they didn't want to take it all. Golden Ticket, they're not a fan of that joker, so I'm sure we're going to see one of those cards that they don't like playing with, and they ask for the reroll, but we're not going to be running it. Max Wu forcing them to play out the seed, and we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I like playing things out just in general. I think as a player, but especially for considering the viewer experience, which I do think both of these players are keeping in mind, which is appreciated. That, you know, re-rolling seeds just because they look gross. Those same ugly seeds could be the ones that are fun for the viewers. And as we see an immediate eternal oops all sixes, that may be a difficult decision. High value early pickup, but you're stuck with it.
Wow. I learned from Startoad, never miss a buffoon pack, and that kind of influenced my decision. I ran into a shop one dice, and there's no Eternals, so you don't even have the option if you go in this buffoon pack, or to get either of these jokers. But both players are not gonna take the dice. I think that's a very speculative pickup.
Yeah, I wouldn't be reaching for that dice myself as an Eternal, but it does feel really bad. We've talked about this play a lot where, you know, you might as well check the buffoon pack, whether it's in MLB rules or baseline rules, just to see what you have on offer. You can always sell it and still afford one of the jokers in the shop if you see fit. The one time that doesn't happen is when they're both Eternal, which is, even on Black Stake, very rare.
All right, and we're seeing a strong start. I don't know what they're talking about. This is my dream seed. Start with the double blueprint with that Wraith Onk. Both players going to be in the exact same position, and it's just how we utilize these jokers.
Yeah, I mean, again, from a viewership perspective, it would be horrific to, you know, lose the potential of this seed, right? Like, what's more exciting than a double blueprint seed? Or from a viewer perspective. Now, from a player perspective, that really just means that because both players know that the other is going to have the same setup as them. What this means is and why they maybe didn't want to play it out, is you only get 3 joker slots, basically. So there are 3 decisions that get made in terms of jokers for the rest of this game. Yeah,
I mean, two blueprints, very strong, but it kind of restricts you to 3 joker slots, and a lot of the times in the game you're filling up all 5 of them, so you have to make some tough decisions on, you know, if this scoring joker is worth keeping versus this 8-ball in the shop, and what's going to pay off. You really want to prioritize those copyable jokers. Even, like, you know, trading card, a very good econ joker, but to-do list is copyable by the blueprint. That's going to be $12 a hand. So we'll see how they utilize these, and it's definitely going to be what decides this game.
Yeah, you have less room for utility jokers, but more impact from those utility jokers that you do take, because especially if they're compatible, they get doubled, tripled up. And both players hitting that 600 right on the nose, and
we are playing the exact same game up until this point.
Yeah,
will we continue to?
And I think it's going to take a while before there's any real deviation, right? Maybe even like up until the first PvP match, where maybe draw and discard order is the first deviation, and, you know, that extra money from whoever loses the first life might, you know, get further in the shop and finally see some deviation. But it's going to be really hard, again, to separate because of the limiting facet of these double blueprints.
Yeah, both players deciding to take this lusty joker. I think, you know, misprint, also some solid malt, but when you're triple copying, if you play 5 hearts, that's just going to be a consistent 15 malt each, and it can score very high, and it doesn't matter if you're only doing 1 or 2 hands. That's going to beat out any of the inconsistencies from misprint, but passing on the smiley face for Max Wu, valuing that extra dollar of interest likely, but the top end on this smiley face is just higher. And both players actually passed it. That's 25 malt versus that 15. That's with those, both those blueprints can be very strong, and obviously face cards are good to build into. So I'm surprised both players passing that and valuing the dollar and the Lusty Joker.
Yeah, it also puts a little bit of additional pressure on your draws, right? Because you have, you know, you do have about as many face cards as you do hearts, but you need, because of the extra scoring, you need fewer to make an acceptable hand, right? A 2-pair with face cards is just an acceptable hand at this point once you have the smiley face in tow. We see both players missing that flush on their first draw, and it costs them $1 to carry this this Lusty for the you know, the additional scoring as a result of not wanting to lose that $1 of interest in order to pick up the smiley.
Yeah, we're picking up this popcorn, you know, copying smiley face, that's 25 malt, so 30 malt you're losing not doing that. If we're gonna spend the money, I'm surprised we're putting it towards that last shop instead of the smiley face there.
Right. That's I mean, it does make sense to try and snag an early life. Basically, you pay maybe an extra $1 or so in order to take that life off of your opponent if they choose not to take the temporary popcorn. Max Wu here really taking the time to think through this might be the first deviation that we see if the popcorn is grabbed here.
Yeah, there's, you know, a lot of money on the line. You want to be sure about these decisions. You see the timer bottom left. That's how much time you have to think, and you want to make sure you're making the right decisions here. Startoad taking the popcorn, I definitely could have expected that. They are a tempo player. They like to just win 4-0 and make those short-term, strong scoring decisions. So we'll see if Max Wu does the same, because, I mean, if one person doesn't take the popcorn, it decides the match. But if both players take it, which Max Wu does, it is going to be up to draws here.
Okay, Max Wu does end up picking it up, and this entire first life is going to be, you know, dictated by draw and discard decisions, right? Both players have the identical Joker roster, identical, you know, same baseline decks. It's just a matter of who makes the correct decisions in really discarding is what it's going to come down to here.
We might even see a tie here. Oh, close to the straight flush is what these players are considering. It is only one card you can draw to hit it. I think it would be a big gamble to go for that, but I think Startoad keeping the 3-of-a-kind 2s and Max Wu keeping the Jack instead for a higher chip hand is the difference maker starting this off.
Yeah, and that is you know, a bit of a risk on the side of Max Wu here, because if, I mean, 3-of-a-kind generates decent chips in and of itself, even with only 2s being played, compared to, you know, bricking the rest of your draws and being forced to play pairs and whatnot. But we do see a lot of clubs come into hand for Startoad here, and they're maybe eyeing the possibility of hitting a club flush on the backswing, maybe indicating that that smiley face skip is a little regrettable now.
Yeah, you know, if you're not playing a hard flush, it's only 25% of your score lost. You have 60 malt from this popcorn, and the Lusty only adds 5. But Max Wu went for the high roll of the straight flush, wasn't able to find it, so Startoad gonna take it from the safe line and the consistent malt.
The safe line, but seeing more cards actually led to Startoad hitting the royal flush with those clubs and kind of forcing Max Wu to hit the straight flush, which wasn't there, in order to just keep pace.
This money does go a long way here. There's a lot you want to buy. You know, we're talking about copyable value jokers. Superposition, not many players think this is good, but when you get 2 tarots from a straight, its value goes up a lot more, especially if we get a crystal ball on top. But that is going to give you something to do in the blinds. You know, just one-shotting, you don't have much ability to gain an edge, and now with something to do, both players are given a task each blind.
Right, right. And, Startoad does have a little bit of extra practice hitting that straight to the ace with the straight flush or royal flush draw
Right.
earlier in the PvP. So that could be beneficial, but also slight deviation in terms of the jokers in general with the popcorn being kept on Startoad's side versus the lusty for Max Wu, with that swashbuckler being a consistent source of scoring no matter what suits are drawn for both players here.
And I think that consistent scoring is going to be a lot stronger here. Blackboard, all you need is a chips joker and a malt joker, and with 2 blueprints, you can score quite a lot. That first X malt joker is the biggest increase in score when you have 3 copies of it. So I'm sure, yeah, we're selling out of that.
I mean, I wouldn't even mind seeing this Wheel of Fortune ripped here. I mean, obviously, Lover's not bad as just like a flexible piece. We saw that in a couple of your matches earlier today that the wild cards putting in work. But, hitting foil on any of these jokers with that blackboard in the shop could provide those chips that really help iron out that left side of the multiplication problem.
That could be game winning. I'm surprised to see Max Wu skip on this blackboard. That's 27x if you can copy it. We have this base malt. We've got some levels from the random planets we picked up. And this decision could allow Startoad to gain a life lead even stronger than it currently is.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Startoad, tends to play towards those tempo lines. If there isn't anything, late in the run to pivot into, that those early lives could be really important, and this blackboard could be about as good as anything else that we see at this point. There's no guarantee that the Baron shows up, that the retrigger build shows up, just because you have a lot of money and are digging for it. Also, this blackboard does give a little bit of flexibility in in scoring, as we can see from Startoad here, really making use of those hearts being left in hand so that they can draw towards that superposition without accidentally beating the blinds, thanks to just that random 3x from the blackboard.
Definitely considering if they even have a chance at this next straight draw, they're probably just going to get out here to save that extra dollar from the hand. But that is like toggleable scoring when you have value to gain in the blinds is important. We're on black stake. The stakes aren't scaling too high, and you don't want to win before you can get that superposition proc, which giving this star and death card can be very strong. Another thing with the death is, star card, it's hard to build a blackboard hand. That's not going to help you much. But if you can build a flush house and you can use this death to get rid of one of those hard cards, that is very strong for some chips with this blackboard. Just anything to give chips at this moment. Startoad may be considering this odd Todd over the superposition just to take more lives, because they know chips is what is lacking in this build. But they are already ahead with this blackboard.
Yeah, obviously we can see that from their perspective. Startoad quickly jumped on that blackboard, might assume that their opponent does the same, and be looking to eke out every bit of additional point scoring possible here. Does end up going with the odd Todd, and another one of those early underrated jokers that can put in a lot of early scoring. Some players may not recognize it, but that chip number gets multiplied by the 3x as well. So that's an important hit for Startoad here to very likely take the second life away from Max Wu here, very aggressively using that death just to make another 10 and easily get that blackboard online. It's a lucky 10, so getting deeper into that lucky queue as well.
Yeah, there's not too many cards to death at this point. Lucky's going to be some value, but that 300,000 points now is going to tell Max Wu they can just go full value here. Maybe it's a bit scary seeing that point lead from your opponent, especially already down a life, and they know they're just going to need to go full value to be able to catch up at this point, and we do have the jokers to do that. We're going to be ahead in shop with this Chaos the Clown. We have the comeback money and this rebate, which is a scary pickup. That leaves you with 2 joker slots to work with, but with 2 blueprints, that's a lot of money.
And we're also seeing some, the deck fixing taros on the side of Max Wu in order to make that comeback into the game through deck fixing to, find a joker that can do a little bit more than 3x when those blueprints are looking at it. And again, we see the value of these early chips as Max Wu picks up the ice cream, still hangs on to that Chaos the Clown, which is, an important pickup in any Balatro run, but especially when we have one giant shop queue. The more times you can roll that shop, the further ahead of your opponent you get, so the sooner you can see that idol, the sooner you can see that ancient joker, whatever you're building towards.
Yeah, Max Wu, I think just taking that ice cream, maybe to have an easier time to live, the stakes are scaling up a bit. I think that superposition was very strong, and I can't help but think they're going to need more than just an ice cream and a swashbuckler to catch up to their opponent's scoring. So I would have liked to see greeting for a bit more value if you're already down 2 lives and you know your opponent can score that much. But they are going to take the safe route here for building into these lucky queens. Definitely up on the deck fixing a bit because they did hold it a little longer. We're going to be ready for that idol. But they really only have a few outs at this point because both players have the same amount of value with this Chaos the Clown.
Yeah.
And nothing else.
Yeah, we do see StarToad maybe looking to get out of the Chaos the Clown. Also, critically, the big blind skip is a rare skip with 3 double tags queued up. That could be something worth looking at, especially maybe if you're StarToad and you have a 2-life lead and the luxury of time to set up into some of those rare jokers that maybe aren't out of the box strong but require a little bit of work to get the scoring that you really need out of them.
Yeah, we already have one of the best rares, so the hits aren't that strong, but StarToad could take this, and it kind of puts their opponent in a position where they have to take it, and that gives them less time in the shops and less time to catch up to what StarToad can score with this blackboard. And Max Wu is in a risky spot, so they might just be forced to take the skip to not lose a life to the blind. StarToad also takes the skip.
Yeah, especially with a very aggressive selling in order to get that buffoon pack. Just, again, I think to get further in the queue, but simply doesn't have point scoring in order to beat the blinds right now. There's no molt on the side of Max Wu right now, other than maybe just the reliability of the 4 of a kind queens from that deck building.
I think once again we're just making value this PvP and getting out as soon as possible. We got a lot of money to make. This is a copyable econ joker. This rough gem, $30 from 1, is definitely nice, but this money needs to do a lot to catch up to the scoring.
Yeah, there is going to be very little margin for error for Max Wu from this point forward.
Especially with both of them taking this rare skip, it's hard to find variance when you know your jokers are so similar with them being filled up by these rares.
Yeah, and we do see a couple of times 3-ish options in the form of hit the road and inactive driver's license, but the trio, really the best thing we've maybe seen so far off of that skip, and probably to the benefit of Max Wu. Max Wu also, I believe, had some early jacks that could make this hit the road a little bit more valuable, but most importantly, has just so much money to hit these hermits, to hit this mail-in rebate, which just plays extraordinarily well with the with 1 blueprint, let alone 2. Going to have to manage these discards really well though to hit the jacks as well as the kings in order to get both scoring and money out of this round.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of X malt, but we do need to put in some work to stay alive here. Maybe need a lucky proc if these draws stay like this. But this rebate is great because Max Wu is ahead on econ, and they are just gonna find it before their opponent, and that's gonna widen the gap, allow them to find those jokers that they need to catch up to Star Toad. And the econ's kind of snowballing here, $100 to $11.
Yeah,
Star Toad almost considering this skip because they have so little money.
There is a window for Star Toad to close this out quickly, but it's closing very quickly as well because of this gigantic econ lead that Max Wu now has. If there is a joker that can benefit from the deck fixing that was established fairly early, Max Wu is going to find it, and is going to find it much, much earlier than Star Toad will.
Yeah, these rerolls getting expensive. We roll into another hit the road. This photograph, definitely some good scoring. We have that red seal, gold queen. And with this death, we're going to be able to draw those 5 of a kinds to get some base malt and chips before the trio. But Star Toad, that's a lot of chips and malt every hand with this Stuntman banana.
That's just very consistent scoring, even if you don't necessarily hit the 3 of a kind. Obviously, you want to for the, extra times 27. But between the Stuntman and the banana, just every hand is pretty good. Whereas Max Wu's really building towards one real big hand that they don't necessarily draw every round, just because their deck fixing is, ahead doesn't mean it's guaranteed with a 52 card deck still in tow.
Yeah, for sure. And Star Toad gonna take this skip. They know they've gone this tempo line, and their opponent probably has more value, so they're gonna either get the win here, or they have that econ to make the comeback or catch up to their opponent that they need, which I think is a smart play. Max Wu on 1 life, having to make a very tough decision, sells rebate for a card sharp.
Wow.
I don't know how well we're gonna be able to utilize that.
Yeah, if there's ever an indication that they're, on 1 life, it's that play right there. That just any amount of scoring is feeling necessary right now in order to avoid the quick 4-0 match. But if Max Wu is able to survive this exact round of PvP, and I think that's why we're seeing it so aggressively, they're in a pretty good spot to turn this around with how far ahead, because there has not been a whole lot in the shop. It's going to take Star Toad quite a while to find anything to close the scoring distance if Max is able to demonstrate a scoring distance here in this PvP. But a 3 of a kind already hit from that early death. That's going to be big money for Star Toad.
I mean, that card sharp might be needed. We're seeing that full house, 240,000, and we need to be able to draw another one with that 3x. The scores are pretty close, but Star Toad's going to have a harder time drawing more 3 of a kinds with this Stuntman.
Yeah, looks like 4 queens remaining in the deck still, but a lot of cards left. Having to hold on to those 2, maybe 3 cards could make things difficult. Getting closer now,
a lot of jacks.
But no discards.
Definitely
Yeah,
gonna
I think
draw 2.
Looks like Max does know exactly what is necessary in order to, have the chance at beating the score, which is hitting that full house, which does rely on, fishing for those queens and jacks, which are still abundant in the deck, and does hit it. It's going to be difficult for Star Toad to beat the 1.7 million here. Jeez.
Yeah, that card show might have been what Max Wu needed. Is a hard decision to make, but actually, I think they might have been able to take it either way with the draws that Star Toad got. But it definitely would have been close without it, so they're feeling a bit safer with that 1.7 million score, and I'm sure we're gonna try to replace this card sharp to gain some value through the ante.
Yeah, that's a really good recognition of their position in the match. That I'm sure that Max would have loved to have Get that rebate, especially, you know, maybe not necessarily farm it in the PvP, but get an opportunity to here in the small and the big. But just going all out, making sure, doesn't matter how much money you have if you're dead. And so that card shark being a good pickup, even if it wound up being unnecessary, very well easily could have been absolutely mandatory there.
Yeah, Startoad is just quite far behind in these shop decisions. You know, we're seeing that Red Seal Queen just show up now. We're seeing this rough gem that Max Wu is using. Definitely some time for Max Wu to still find things that Startoad is going to see way later. You know, those strong jokers or perhaps another rebate.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there were no jokers, you know, so far that are, you know, really anything to write home about in the shop is kind of a double-edged sword for Max, for both players here, right? For Max, it's a bummer that they didn't see anything early that could keep them alive, but on the plus side, that means that because you're further ahead in the shop queue, your opponent has to roll even further to actually find things that are, you know, relevant and catch them back up. So it's going to take both of these players a lot of time and in order to find what they need. And that photo with a Red Seal Queen may just be the difference maker in this match, and Max seeing it maybe 2 to 3 PvPs sooner could be very important.
Yeah, they didn't even utilize it that last PvP. Scored 1.7 million. That's another advantage they have. And Startoad hasn't rolled into this rebate yet. Oh, there it is. Just as I speak of it. But they don't have time to gain value in the blinds. They're not gonna be able to utilize it this ante, and that's just a joker that they can't score with for the PvP.
Yeah. Yeah. Fortunately, again, they do have 2 lives to give before they really need to, you know, before they're put in that same position that Max was last round, where it's go mode. And also, again, Max Wu's deck building is a little bit more established than Startoad right now, but you still have to draw the cards in order to make the hands. I don't foresee that being too big of a problem, just as long as that trio is getting active for Max Wu, and especially getting active on a face card. I think they'll probably just be in a good spot, but you know, there's no guarantee that you draw the cards that you want.
Yeah, for sure. Only one red seal on Max Wu's side. Startoad was able to death it, you know, if they do roll into that photograph. I didn't realize we had another blind, so we are going to make the money with this rebate. We're going to have time to find those scoring jokers that Max Wu found, and that, you know, 6x with the polychrome photograph is definitely a strong joker.
Big hit on those 3 queens. That's a very welcome hit of money for Startoad here, but they do need to move quickly. That's you know, the timer's been going for a bit. Both players, you know, we saw, other than maybe Max, you know, taking a lot of time on an early decision, both players moving really quickly through these PvE blinds, even with like something like a mail-in rebate to blueprints that really reward you from taking your time and eking out as much value as possible. And there's that photograph.
And here's Startoad in the exact same position their opponent was last ante, and they're not going to take the card sharp.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of having not just 1 extra life, but 2 extra lives over your opponent right now. You don't need to make those kind of compromises. And, you know, very well could be the difference in scoring this round, but, you know, there's more time
this
for
is a lot of money.
Exactly, more time for Startoad to make some value off of this rebate and catch back up in the shop. This rebate could be their golden ticket back into you know, having a competitive chance at the shop queue here.
Yeah, I think, you know, tempo lines are often considered to just put you behind for the long term because you're, you know, leaving value on the table, but skipping value when you can utilize it so much better later on, you know, that joker is going to make a lot more money this deep into the game versus early on that Joker doesn't make too much of a difference, and now you can utilize these lives and take the chances of just keeping your money and not taking that card sharp, and it is gonna give Starto the lead coming soon.
Yeah, big deal here as well with the Red Seal turning this this photograph into a 4x Joker, making it the better copy than the trio for Startoad here. You know, not necessarily closing the gap that this card sharp could represent, but really putting just consistently putting the pressure on Max Wu to draw and play the hand, and in this case, draw two hands.
They took a big risk playing that 3 of a kind to get turn order. They could have easily missed their draw here and not found the winning hand, which I think this is, if we copy photograph, it should be enough.
3x,
Do we realize?
but then times an extra doubling. So it's 6 times their initial score. I mean, that's barely enough, isn't it?
Copying photograph does.
Do we have a second full house?
I think you might need to refresh Max Wu's stream.
Oh.
But yeah, they live another life, but there's still 2 lives on their opponent's side. We're seeing a bean. This is going to be the biggest benefit from being ahead, especially, oh, this is a risky play to make, but the amount of money you can make with a bean and a faceless is hard to pass up, and the trio not good enough to keep here. Max Wu gonna maybe be able to keep their lead. Rebate is stronger, but only when it hits those good cards, and you are able to draw them. Bean kind of negates that problem.
Yeah, the polychrome on the Hanging Chad contributing to, I think the main difference there was that card chart being available, in addition to, like, you know, correctly identifying the photo copy. But, you know, that 1.5x, when the margins are very narrow right now, could, you know, make a difference in not only in that PvP, but just this match in general.
Yeah, I mean, Polychrome literally kept them alive for this next ante, allowing them to make money here and potentially find the long-term way to win this match. I mean, I'm very surprised. All we've got for scoring with 2 blueprints and the amount of money we found is just a photograph, and that's it.
Yeah, it's not the most exciting setup from what was a pretty exciting start to this run.
I mean, the score can scale very quickly if we just get a better Joker to copy. You know, you have 3 copies of whatever your best Joker is, and it just happens to be 4x right now. If you get a Chad, that's going to be 8x, and it scales a lot. Startoad catching up in shop, though. We see the bean and the faceless at the same time.
That took a lot less time than I was expecting, at least. I think a lot of that is, you know, the pressure of that early tempo pushed Max Wu off of the rebate earlier than it pushed Startoad out. And, you know, now maybe they're getting the opportunity to, rather than use the faceless with the turtle bean, they get the unfortunate roll that wanted to hit the photo to reach parity. But, like, this money difference now, faceless is a perfectly serviceable econ Joker, but it is no mail-in rebate.
Yeah, definitely with this hand size, it's going to be a lot easier to make some more money, especially if it hits one of those cards you have extra copies of. We see the Bloodstone pickup for Max Wu having to sell out of the bean before the faceless. No, maybe we're not going to be able to draw our cards now. We don't got the best Joker in the game anymore, but we do have this Bloodstone with those Red Seal Heart Queens already is definitely going to be strong, and we'll see if Startoad's able to find them before the match is up. You know, they're having a bit of a tough time finding those 4s here for the rebate, and just being ahead could finally pay off for Max Wu because they can just gain a life here if their opponent doesn't find the Bloodstone.
I mean, Bloodstone does actually have to do something in order for it to make an impact on the score. But you know, if these red seals become hearts, that takes away some of the error-prone nature of a Bloodstone. And actually, I say that as we see the the heart is already, or the red seal is already a heart, so no concern necessary there.
Yeah, that is a big advantage. Even if Startoad does find this Bloodstone, they may not even take it. I know they're not a fan of the Joker, and we also need a Sun card to utilize it properly. So that could be strong for Max Wu, just being ahead on this Bloodstone, especially if it's the strongest thing in the seed. They do find it, though.
Okay. Do find it, but very, very few hearts available on the side of Startoad here. You know, has the opportunity to reroll some taros with the Emperor in the pack, but has been really, you know, waffling back and forth between clubs and diamonds, and a lot of hearts became casualties as a result of that. And you know, just simply don't really have the deck composition to make the Bloodstone a threat right now, but does have the luxury of one additional life to, you know, have the time to maybe set that up, as well as keeping that mail-in rebate in order to, you know, find the resources in the shop necessary to make that Bloodstone do something.
Yeah, Max Wu able to find another Sun card with the Fool upstairs. There's nothing to Sun in this pack, but just being able to use this Fool and get the rest of your queens into hearts can be very strong. And the reason we didn't see that Sun for Startoad is because both players have opened a different amount of Arcana packs. You know, we saw, I think it was after the first PvP, Max Wu had that comeback money to open an extra pack, and it's paying off here, finding that Sun card just in time for PvP when Startoad was really the one that needed it.
Yeah, very, very, very true. And also, not even just the that extra one, it could be potentially a second tarot pack behind as a result of Startoad taking an extra skip, which, you know, depending on what the tags are, it could also be relevant, because that's one less, you know, double tag available in this, what would be the final ante, assuming we get there.
See how this Bloodstone does. I think that was a very good Bloodstone.
I mean, it looks a lot better than what I've been seeing recently, but when you do have two blueprints pointing at it, you know, it's bound to pick up the slack somewhere. So, you know, you can just kind of brute force your way into Bloodstone doing something, as Max Wu was able to do here. Going to now put the pressure back on Startoad here, as they're just discarding aggressively to ensure they get the rebate value, get that gold red seal value, and prevent their opponent from you know, farming that Faceless Joker. Really turned up the pace right at the end in order to block additional farming for Max Wu.
And there's that Sun card coming right after the PvP. Feels a bit bad, but they are going to be prepared for the final PvP. This is the last ante, both players on one life. And, I mean, we got the exact same Jokers. The only difference is a polychrome and some levels, I think.
Yeah, well, not quite the exact same, because we do still have that rebate on the side of Startoad. And now that they have caught up, this could be an opportunity to get, you know, slightly ahead and find that one remaining Joker to make up the difference in scoring, maybe do significantly more than that that lowly polychrome could. Now, in this spot, are you looking to use the Sun card early in order to get an opportunity to find it again, especially with that purple seal available, or do you just want the security of having it available to make your flush house in the PvP?
I think with this amount of tarot gen, and you know, you kind of need this Bloodstone to score 100,000 points here. I think, but there's a lot of cards to turn hard still for Startoad. They're gonna need more than just one Sun card, so they do decide to use it here early, and not even on both red seals, so they could miss out on a red seal Heart Queen if they do not end up finding that second Sun card.
Yeah, and not a guarantee that they get through here either. It looks like there is a little bit of Bloodstone variance in play, but not completely asleep on the side of Bloodstone, so we do get through there. And you know, Max Wu on the other hand, you already establishing that flush 5 of queens with that red seal, picks up another Sun card. You know, less important for Max than it is for Startoad at this point, though.
Ooh. And I mean, it's a late Ectoplasm, and we're just gonna risk it with this Faceless. Oh no! On last life, they take the 1 and 4.
Yeah, that's
the only
rough.
reason you take that Ecto is to find 2 more scoring jokers, and now you can still only find 1 more, and it's useless to be able to hold this in the PvP because it is the last ante. So that was a very, I mean, it was a risky play, but it was the complete miss.
And I mean, the issue compounds too, because now with the smaller hand size, it's going to be much harder to not only hit your hand, but also get value off of that Faceless Joker that you're now stuck with, because it's a negative anyway. That, you know, finding multiple hands in order to discard for the Faceless, because you wanted to keep the Faceless, is now a big challenge.
Yeah, this hand size loss could easily lose the game here. I mean, 21 cards, we're not guaranteed our draw, especially if we are greeting for this Faceless, and could just, they're not going to take the risk. They are going to take the safe route, but it just, honestly, costing us money and hand size, it just, the low end on that, I don't think they considered how much it would hurt them.
Yeah, I don't dislike the aggressive Ecto there. I just don't know if because even in the best case scenario, or not even the best case scenario, but when you don't have the worst case scenario like Max Wu hit there, you're still devaluing that that Faceless so much that, like, is it worth the Ecto at that point?
Yeah, you're always down a hand size when you take that Ecto, and you just have to find a Joker to make it worth. And there's a Seltzer, and if we take this Eternal Acrobat, I also Startoad in the same position though, so really the only difference is the amount of hearts right now. Startoad still hasn't found that Sun card they need, and this -1 hand size for Max Wu, the exact same spot in shop, despite how much we've deviated. There's just a $50 difference, and the same Joker sitting there.
Right. This is such an awkward spot for both of these players. You know, Startoad did have the advantage of getting a really nice immolate that was a lot cleaner than the one offered to Max Wu, which made maybe the decision to go for the Ecto a little bit more enticing. But the lack of hearts forcing Startoad into the Seltzer over the Bloodstone here, and
it's gonna be up to what this rock can do, I guess.
That's 100%. It's just Bloodstone versus Photograph. We know that Photograph is going to be ×4. Well, a little bit more because of the Seltzer. So you're going to you know what you're getting out of the Photograph. That's very easy to manage. This Seltzer is going to be helpful, as well as the additional blueprints on the Bloodstone, but the Bloodstone variance is going to dictate the outcome of this game.
Yeah, Photo ×8 with the Seltzer, and I mean, it's very close here, because with the red seal, that's pretty much what Seltzer is, you know. With just a flush and the Seltzer, it's like a 7.5x, but that red seal is an expected 1.25x. So the Bloodstone and Photograph are extremely close here, and it's just going to be whether you get the above average or below average.
There's
or
also
miss your draw.
Right, exactly. There's also the consideration that the Ecto bricks your draws, and you know, that's where the risk comes into play. You know, we're saying what you know, how awful it is for Max that the Ecto hit the Faceless. Had it hit any other Joker, they would have a photograph in this lineup as well, and that would be a lot more scoring. So like that roll could be the difference in outcome here.
And we're seeing the hand. They do manage to draw it, only 4 cards in the bottom of the deck. It was quite likely that we get there, and holding that Chariot Fool for that extra 2.25 that Star Toad also has. I didn't see the Bloodstone there, but that is a pretty big number.
Yeah, the Bloodstone did look
E7,
quiet at times, but picked up the slack eventually, so...
It's plenty. The Bloodstone high rolls and takes it over the photograph. Maxwoo fights back against the tempo line and is able to close it out. Game 1. Wow.
Really, really clean play from both competitors, but the turnaround, that just... It was clear that you don't make a play allowing yourself to get down to 1 life like that unless you're comfortable in that position and have done it many times. And I think Max demonstrated that... You know, there was a lot of pressure on him, but it didn't show in the way that he navigated those, those 4 consecutive PvP rounds that he piloted to victory.
Yeah, the comeback was very cleanly played. You know, took some gambles and got unlucky and still fought through. Just the Sun cards showing up were very strong for Maxwoo. I'm not sure. You know, Star Toad maybe saw them before the Bloodstone and didn't have room, but Maxwoo just being ahead in Tarot Queue from skipping less and, you know, having that money at better times allowed them to use the Sun cards, pivot into Hearts before the Bloodstone even came, and closed it out because Bloodstone works on 5 cards, photograph only going to work on that 1 Red Seal Queen.
Yeah, especially with that Seltzer coming into play. That was a nice addition for Maxwoo, who had, you know, a little bit more time with that Bloodstone, a little bit of a head start as well in, you know, general deck shaping, but also specifically towards Hearts.
Sure, we're going game 2. I think we're running back the exact same deck and stake. It's just going to be like me and Burb. You want to play what you're comfortable with.
Not only that,
when the stakes are this high.
Makes it easier on the casters. That's less production work we have to do. So thank you to the players for, you know, the consistent decks and stakes.
It is fun watching Anaglyph. We saw the rare skip. You know, it was strategy from Star Toad to make Maxwoo force take that. I mean, it could have worked out better for them, but it's fun to see how to use these, and there's a lot of options for sure.
I'm getting word, speaking of production, from Vagabond, who did the math. We're going to have to ban them from chat for doing math, but does say that on average, Bloodstone with Seltzer is 7.59, Photo is 8, so does seem like Max high-rolled that Bloodstone a little bit.
They high-rolled a lot, but with the Red Seal. There was a Red Seal in that hand.
With the Red Seal, that's a couple of extra triggers, so that makes up, you know, maybe that slight margin. I think, depending on, I didn't count how many Red Seals were thrown in there, but there's at least 1, so that 1 alone could make up the slight edge that Photograph has.
Like the expected value from the Bloodstone with the Red Seal, I think, is like 9x. So generally over that many triggers, it should beat it out. But they definitely giga high rolled with 600 million versus.
Right, the separation was massive between them. It wasn't a matter of like 1 or 2 additional Bloodstones. That was a heavy hitting stone.
I did knock on your stream, by the way. I forgot to do that before.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to, but it should be accepted here. There we go.
I think you have to turn on share chat.
Really?
It's not working for me for some reason.
There we go.
All right, we're in it. Game 2. Both players finding that one-hand win. And once again, it's probably just going to be a clear buffoon back line.
Yeah. Droll Joker, a serviceable starting Joker, but not worth the loss of information of missing that first buffoon pack. I mean, an odd Todd can get you through the blinds just as well as this Droll Joker can, so you might as well have a chance at it. With
Wow, and
early
we're
skip
seeing.
for the investment
Oh,
tag.
I mean, investment tag is
Oh, yeah.
extremely strong, no matter the case. So I'm not too surprised by that. It's still valuable, even though you want to skip later in the game. But the biggest divergence, Max Wu takes the odd Todd, which is going to be stronger early game. But this castle, a lot easier to utilize. Maybe a little unlucky with this boss blind for that castle. But we'll see what pays off. It depends how long this castle can stay in the lineup and scale. Because odd Todd, instantly with a 5-card hand, that's 150 chips.
Right. Yeah, you don't need time to make odd Todd useful. He just does it on his own. Whereas even with, we're not quite up to blue stake yet, so the castle isn't as bad as it gets, but does, take time and is slow to get online in order to match even just the offering of odd Todd with the seltzer. It's just never going to get to that point in this match. If
yeah, we're also being punished because we have to take this supernova, because odd Todd's scoring right now, that's going to be enough to live the blinds. Castle is not. That is not enough to survive 900 chips consistently. So we're going to be building up high card with the castle. That can be a very consistent scoring setup. But down on econ because they had to buy that.
Down on econ, and maybe getting to utilize the seltzer a lot less than Max Wu currently is, especially into the first PvP. That seltzer with the odd Todd is going to put up a big score for round 1 of PvP.
But Start Toad able to find those 8s. Max Wu didn't want to use those hands to find them before, because this seltzer, if you keep it for PvP, that's a lot of chips. No procs on the 8-ball. Classic. Not too rewarded for it, but they are going to be ahead in the queue for the future. Oh, they draw 2 more 8s. That hand didn't clear. 0 for 8 on the 8-ball. Yikes.
That's now that's looking like one of my 8-balls, and that's you can see why I skipped this Joker a lot more than Zeno tells me I should.
I mean, Start Toad was able to get, all those 8 triggers in that blind. If they are able to play more 8s, like we're seeing this draw here, they could find something to benefit them, but Max Wu just going to sell out of it. That's very smart of them, because there's no taros coming anytime soon, and we want to get these Jokers from Riff Raff.
That is someone who has dealt with the frustration of 8-ball enough times to know that it's just not worth it. But that also opens the door for that's unreal. Was that 12 attempts now?
Oh, for 12. Max Wu just giga rewarded for getting out of it. And Start Toad punished. They've spent more hands. They're going to have less money to find this Riff Raff. It's in a role that Max Wu took that they were able to afford, because they took because they took the odd Todd and were able to one-shot the blinds. He's in a great spot econ-wise. And it's just no upside for playing towards 8-ball. Feels bad.
Yeah, and with what this seed has provided, you would expect to be rewarded for playing towards 8-ball, and it's still just not hitting. This is this is unreal. Like, Start Toad should get rewarded for keeping this 8-ball, and is simply not going to.
I mean, one Empress card wins this PvP. There is so many chips on the taros, or no malt, other than this supernova on high card. Start Toad does have this death. Was it from the purples? Yeah, of course it's not from the 8-ball.
No,
I was wondering if they played any extra. So there is the option, maybe a 5 of a kind. Not with this draw, though.
Yeah, making some aces early. Just, again, kind of a flip of the script from the previous match where Max Wu taking on this tempo line early, going to put the pressure on StarToad, who took that castle. Again, as we stated, something that takes time and effort to actually compete with the odd Todd.
Yeah, there's a castle that's showing up again. It'll get you one joker ahead in the uncommon queue.
Uncommons are important, but there's a lot of them, and getting only one ahead isn't likely to matter that much. And selling out of the only source of mults, and we're just going full chip mode here.
Yeah, and we see StarToad behind in the Riff Raff queue. If you're keeping this for a while, that's just, it could be rewarding, and it could be punishing, just depending on when the scoring jokers come. Like, if both players are keeping this headed into PvP, that's probably your whole scoring plan, is whatever Riff Raff gives.
At this point, the 8-ball needs to hit just so that StarToad can make it out of the blinds. This is like, they need that Empress just to beat the blinds. There's no molt. This is unreal.
Full chips, 2 more 8s. These 8s have to hit. There's no way they don't.
You say that.
Does win, they're gonna look for the rest of them. Get that extra castle value. All right, now's your chance, 8-ball.
I believe.
Oh. Oh boy.
This is, I would be, being how much money is on the line here, and this 8-ball is just falling asleep. Like, it is doing absolutely nothing. This is the 8-ball that, like, we give 8-ball a lot of flack on my stream. This is the 8-ball that Reddit believes 8-ball is.
Yeah, this is $10,000 tournament. You know, StarToad a real chance to win that $5,000 first place prize, and you're investing, like, we're deathing a wild 8. We're investing so much into this 8-ball.
But why wouldn't you, though?
Does not provide.
I mean,
it's the sunk cost.
I think it's the right play. Like, there's been nothing else to build towards at this point. It has to hit at some point, surely. I don't see an alternate line other than maybe deathing the purple just so that you can actually get a tarot card.
A sun card on that third proc. Can we get a count on how many misses there were, considering that was the third 8 in that hand?
That's got to be like 1 in 20, I think. Like, approaching that, if not already beyond that. Looks like 1 in 26.
That I've never seen a worse 8-ball.
I sincerely haven't either. Like, that's worse than my Spaceman against Zeno that was like 1 for like my first 16.
And Max Wu making the tough decision to sell out of that odd Todd. You know, it was a lot of strength, but rewarded because this raised fist splash is so much scoring for the PvP. It is going to be actually close here. We have this castle that's scaled up to 100 now. You know, maybe it's finally paying off. But, and the half joker definitely going to put up numbers if we can consistently play good hands for StarToad.
Yeah, Max has built into aces a few times here just for the sake of that odd Todd when the Seltzer was in play. You know, finding those aces shouldn't be too big of a deal, and you know, that may have influenced the decision to sell out of the odd Todd, because you do get, you know, some amount of chips from Scholar as well. And as you mentioned, the 50 chips from that foil splash, not irrelevant either. And really digging for all of the aces in the deck, only hits 3.
Wow. They just play the high card. No, it's not enough. Yeah. And the castle finally paying off for StarToad, you know. Definitely was that extra bit of scoring they needed to take the PvP there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And good recognition though from Max at the same time, realizing they weren't going to win, just playing the lucky card, getting rewarded with $20.
Yeah, that was definitely a good hit here. Also, Max deciding to get out of Riff Raff for this. I mean, this driver's license is very far from getting online. I'm surprised we're getting out of the Riff Raff with this lineup. I think there's a lot you can do to survive the blinds, and I definitely wouldn't mind swapping out any of these cards. 8,000's a big score to hit, though, so maybe it was out of necessity.
It did death a purple, so going to have a slightly more reliable way to generate Taros than Startoad right now, and also maintaining the opportunity to farm this reserve parking, which pairs nicely with the raised fist.
Startoad, I think, dead to blind here. The 3 of a kind's not enough. They were too greedy with their discards, and they're gonna lose a life here and get that extra 8-ball proc. Maybe that is an upside.
I mean,
another sun card.
That's painful because we were just about in the position where that script is flipped again, and it's Startoad putting the pressure on Max Wu after that previous PvP fight, and now Startoad just hoping to equalize in this upcoming one rather than continue separate or putting the pressure on Max Wu. That's a difficult spot to be in.
Wow, and I think because of that life loss, they're not going to take the skip. I can't imagine they would normally take that rare skip they were looking at, but because they lost a life, they'd be on 1 life heading into the next ante, and their opponent didn't take it. So it could have easily been a way to come back from that loss. You're behind a little bit.
And that's, something we talked about last match is the value of the tempo plays isn't just trying to close out the game quickly 4-0. It's also preventing your opponent from taking greedy lines like maybe this rare skip. Well, that life loss that Startoad just hit, maybe resulted in them losing the opportunity for this rare skip now. And I can't help but feel that this is all just entirely 8-Ball's fault. So
I would agree with you there.
Max Wu also just getting through the blind.
Yeah, we're very close to getting this driver's license online. A Midas Mask would be a good way to get there if it wasn't Eternal. But I mean, we've gotten so many enhancements so quickly, and it is ready just in time for PvP.
Right, and with that,
not if we hang this. Oh,
yeah, that's a mistake that I've made before, getting too aggressive with my card cutting, and maybe realizing it's slightly too late, or just feeling like maybe the Spectral is going to have a nice Grim available. Okay.
I think that mistake is going to cost them putting their opponent down to 1. That was a crucial, that's 3x your score just gone to not realizing.
Realized it immediately after too. There is an opportunity. There's a lot of purple in this deck for Max. Can recover from it. Does have the opportunity here with the 6. There's also at least 2 9s. Does pick up an enhancement to get there. So crisis averted. I thought maybe with the time that was taken in order to make the decision that that was weighed into it, but apparently it was just an oversight.
Yeah, I guess not hitting the hand would be very unlucky here, or just one of those taros. And I'm curious, I think it's going to beat out the play. This 140 chips is very strong, but not strong enough to beat a 3x here, likely.
Yeah, and with looking at just the Joker lineup, you would expect that Startoad would be a lot closer to that driver's license being online than Max Wu here, but the most disappointing 8-Ball in history has flipped that, and now it was a relatively easy driver's license setup for Max, while just not an acceptable Joker from Startoad's position.
Yeah, these purple seal 9s are just providing more taros, and they do not take up a Joker slot. So I would have liked to see a death on that purple seal instead of the 8 for Startoad. They would have been given that decision to pivot out of 8-ball. Purple seals are just stronger than an 8. It's a 1 in 4 for a Taro versus a guaranteed 1, and they're just getting max punished for that because it is such a bad 8-ball.
We see a creative flush house from the side of Max Wu, thanks to some of those wild cards, getting that blue seal to provide a decent amount of value on a hand that doesn't really require a lot of levels in order to be good.
Yeah, there's the first death on a purple for Star Toad made me thinking this 8-ball can't stay too much longer. And there's the driver's license. I'm curious to see how close it is to being online. Not very close.
No, there's
8 enhancements away.
That's a long road to travel with I mean, there is a Tarot Merchant in the shop, but you have just a couple shops in order to make that happen, right? Because I do think that a lot of the early deaths on the side of Star Toad were used on 8s. Now, fortunately, they were used on those wild 8s, but the wild 9 with the purple seal allowed more Taros to be generated on the side of Max Wu here.
Yeah, we're finally seeing that 8-ball leave. It feels weird selling your Tarot gen for a Joker that you need the Taros to get online, but it just had to go at some point. And we'll see if Star Toad can get this online, because Max Wu, they picked the driver's license up at a similar point. They had like 5 enhancements, but the Taros just led to them being able to get it online within 1 ante, so we'll see if Star Toad has the same luck here.
Yeah, and the difference really right now in terms of scoring opportunity is Castle versus this Scholar. Not a thing that I would, a sentence I thought I would have said when casting a multiplayer Balatro match. That we're seeing the fabled matchup between Castle and Scholar, 2 Jokers that I do not like.
Yeah, there has just been nothing in this seed, and that's gonna be all we can put in these Joker slots. It's driver's license. We got the hit the road, and then put whatever you want in the rest.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen deaths on atypical cards for both players, but a lot of deaths on aces from Max Wu. Really, really taking advantage of what is on offer rather than trying to brute force a build, which is, and both players doing it really, and why they have gotten this far in the tournament.
Yeah, investing in the small game rather than just always expecting for, your ancient Jokers or your idols and Sock and Buskin. So playing the seed the strongest it can be played, honestly. There is not many Jokers, and they're doing a great job to score with what they're given.
Yeah, and if we do happen to see another Bloodstone up here, Max, once again, in a very good position to make use of that, not only because they have more hearts currently, but also a lot more leeway in order to set that up with the extra lives available, in part because Star Toad had that unfortunate event in the blinds.
Star Toad on 1 life here, rolling down a lot. We do have this Chariot. We're going to be able to get that driver's license online just in time. There's a rebate for some good econ. Max Wu ahead on lives and econ. If they can squeeze out this PvP, it is over, but they're also prepared if they can't take it as well.
Yeah, I think with the Acrobat coming into play for Star Toad, going to be a little bit difficult to make up for the loss of that extra 3x that is available on the side of Star Toad, but does have the ability to, again, give away some lives, ramp up the money, and build towards something with this Hanging Chad in order, an idol is going to be a potentially nice pickup for Max here, especially with that Hanging Chad in tow.
I think the difference here, that Castle blocking an uncommon Joker allowed Star Toad to find this Acrobat in time, because without that, they would be in a lot of trouble here.
Absolutely.
I think that the Castle play paying off after Odd Todd did so much work for Max Wu.
Yeah, and it's we see Max Wu setting up the big hand for the final hand, but it's just, you know, likely going to be well, I mean, StarToad does have to draw the hand first, but does have a lot more potential for a big number here if the hand is drawn.
We're going high card. We've got the 3x to get online. We have the Acrobat. It's just enough.
Oof.
Thanks to that Chariot card and the levels we've gained throughout the ante. I mean, there's so many things that could have gone differently here to not score that extra 20,000. That's a very close game.
That's a small difference for being up an entire Joker. So, you know, StarToad very happy to take that life, but, you know, Max Wu still has this mail-in rebates, still is ahead in the shop queue, and now picking up a red seal with the opportunity to, you know, further separate themselves.
We're taking a spectral skip on 1 life. This is a risky play, but Max Wu doesn't do it. So this Wraith, you know, that could be a blueprint. Yeah. That's a nice Joker to see.
Spectrals are... Now, the spectral skip is not super valuable because you only get to see 2 per pack.
Oh.
But spectrals are a great way that you can find some separation from your opponent if, you know, you get an opportunity like this where you see a lot of spectrals and your opponent doesn't.
Yeah, and an Invis Joker, just about the last thing you want to see on 1 life heading into the PvP. That's a Joker that you have to make a tough decision. Do you want to keep this?
Right, and that Immolate also maybe not as exciting as you might want it to be, just because it happened so early. That really makes you question the next Wraith, and can I even take it? When, you know, you need Jokers at this point, so Wraith is a big pickup, but a Polychrome card is huge. It does look like this is just going to end up... being an econ skip for StarToad here, rather than getting much to contribute to the score.
Yeah, we're taking some risk with those Immolates. We do have the Tarot Gen to get this driver's license online, but, you know, a little bit more unlucky. They easily could have just lost another 3x Joker. We're already down that... hit the road. That was the difference maker last time, and now Max Wu has found this Acrobat. So it's a scary spot.
That is a scary spot. The one upside is hitting the Polychrome is huge, but without the Hanging Chad, it's not that meaningful in terms of the difference in the score that are present right now, especially if we're banking on high card being the hand that we're scoring with right now. Polychrome, not really a big contributing factor when you're only playing 1 card. Okay, is able to beat the blind. That's important.
We're going to use it on the flush house levels, knowing that they got to pivot into a bigger hand with that aura card.
Right. But as you mentioned, that invisible is horrific for... It might have been something for Max Wu here. There isn't a whole lot to copy at the moment, so not super impressive. But just miserable for StarToad here, because it's taking up a Joker slot to keep you alive in order to even have a chance to actually rip it, as we do see the Chad come into play, so that Polychrome is looking a little better now.
Speaking of Jokers, you don't want to see this photograph for Max Wu. We're built into aces completely. It's going to be hard to utilize this, and we had to sell out a rebate for it.
Yeah, but good news for Max. There's just not enough money to see that photograph on the side of StarToad now. You know, becoming potentially necessary that that Max needs to close it out here, though, because there is an opening for StarToad now actually finding some relevant on scoring and retrigger Jokers. In addition, like there is an opening here for StarToad if they're able to take this exact round of PvP.
I mean, they're on 1 life. They're in a great position if they can take this, you know, to take the next life after it. But if you don't make it through here, it is just over.
does have a real solid opportunity to find that flush house right now, missing just exactly that polychrome queen. I do think with the way that the death is being held, with the way that Max Wu picked up the photo, might be fishing for a flush house of their own. Does have a few levels in that. You know, you could make use of the photo coming after the aces, since there is no hanging Chad to concern yourself with, and could just be enough with the active driver's license, with the hit the road not doing a whole lot but still available.
Yeah, I just now realizing we're down the Chad for Max Wu. You know, that could be a difference maker. Polychrome with the photograph. Long term, Startoad is just in a really good spot, and it just comes down to this hand right here.
Yeah, does need to hit the polychrome, does need to still likely make... Oh, there's the polychrome, there's the flush house. This is the hand that Startoad needed to draw, but do they have the... the scoring tech necessary in order to keep up with the nearly 1 million here?
Yeah, we still have Acrobat to get online, but a 3 times 2 is a 9.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing in the deck to find. Maybe some lucky hits, I think, is the only potential for Startoad.
And even then, that's, barely going to move the needle, but is worth a look.
The maybe. Top end's higher. It gets the money proc, but no...
Oh, no mult to be found at all.
No mult, and that's game 2-0 for Max Wu. Just not able to find the scoring to compete, and that tempo line of the Scholar pays off. The level difference, it's over.
Yeah. I mean, really interesting match. I think both players did play well. That the difference is maybe just the 8-ball not paying out, to be honest with you, because like that the tarot gen looks very different if that 8-ball is average, and that 8-ball was so far below average that it was almost comical at a point that it went 1 for the first 25, and also probably contributed to that life loss that Startoad had in the blind as well. But just both games incredibly well navigated by Max Wu, really leveraging the econ advantage that was present at critical moments in both of those games, using the comeback money in order to, build up the deck fixing and turn the corner, and then taking a slightly different route here, making some aggressive lines with some extra money from those purples that were propagated over the course of the run.
Yeah, Max Wu played this very well. I'm definitely scared to face them in the finals. I'm not seeing much of a weakness there, but we'll see if I can, hold my ground tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah, that was I mean, hard to say that there were many mistakes made along the road here for Max Wu. Just one small oversight in the driver's license, maybe, but we've all done that before, right? Because I definitely have.
There was so few mistakes. Both these players, they made it this far. You have to be consistent. Very well played games, and it's just fun to watch them play. I'm excited for tomorrow. And we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely should be a good show tomorrow. We've got... so is the order going to be Startoad versus Burb first, and then the grand finals after that with Max Wu and yourself?
I believe that's how it's going to go. We're going to close it out with the grand finals, do the third place match. That match is still definitely high stakes. There's $1,000 difference between third and fourth. So lots to still compete for every player.
Yeah, that's a big swing between third and fourth. So it's still, a very, very important match going to, again, still two very, very skilled players duking it out in multiplayer. And then you get to cap things off with the Max Wu versus Bean grand final. So should be a great show tomorrow.
Yeah, I appreciate you joining me today. It was fun to cast with you. I'm excited to watch back and see how that first match went, but I appreciate it. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and thanks for hosting it. This has been a lot of fun, both as a commentator and a viewer. So, and GG's in your match as well.
Appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna let you go.
All right, see you. All right, chat. Delab, thank you for the donation. Let's back over to this scene. Gonna take a quick break, and then we'll get back to this run. And see if we can finish the Nan Inf. We do have all we need is retcon, and we have a bunch of voucher tags coming up. So give me a quick moment, and then we'll see if we can finish this run, since we've finished a little bit earlier than I was expecting. All right, let me get everything back to normal, change the title so that people don't yell at me. And then we'll get moving. All right. Again, GG's to everyone competing. Thank you to Bean for having me. Let's go ahead and get back after it. I do need to find Taros to start making steel. But first, the fact that these are lining up is important too, because that gives us like less of a chance of repeats because there should be, we should see nearly every voucher. Sashwa, thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's get this ugly foil card out of here. I'm tired of looking at it. I do think we'll probably need the Baron Hands to copy still. Yeah. So here and here. And we don't need to do the slowdown tech here because we only want to see one specific voucher, and it is retcon. Nice. That's the score we are getting with the bean, because this is basically the same thing as a turtle bean right now. And we've got a cryptid that's just kind of vibing. Oh my god. It was the last one. I don't know if there are any vouchers that I'm... You know what? There's... Oh my god, we could have missed. There's no magic trick, we could have missed this. That would have been catastrophic. Yeah, because it's only 3 vouchers left now, right? It's the 2 tarot, or the 2 merchants and magic trick. Jesus. All right. I do need to find steel, so I need to roll quickly to find a chariot. Turtle Bean, thank you for the raid. GG's again. We're just finishing up a run from yesterday. We have all of the vouchers. We have all of the jokers. We just need to make some steel, and then we should be able to get a pretty easy Nan-Inf once we find Burglar in Into 25. So we're looking for Chariot right now. Unfortunately, I did brick the first run, so I missed the 4 Nan-Imps in a row, but I think this is 4 out of 5. Supremacy, thank you for the 3 months. Okay, that's too much rolling. Do we need any other vouchers? Wouldn't mind Nacho Tong. I don't think it's critical. I think you can get by with Grabber, but not Nacho Tong. Yeah, you only need the Grabber if you take 2 Ectos. But also, like, it can come after Anti-24. It's not one of the, you know, unlike things like Antimatter Retcon, you need those before Anti-24. Also, Observatory. Observatory was not possible to get off of the voucher string because I'm pretty sure that Telescope only showed up during the voucher skip, so Observatory can't show up if we hadn't already purchased Telescope, so I'm pretty sure it was just Magic Trick. Yeah, telescope was in the skip, so observatory couldn't have hit. It was just magic trick. Yeah. Zevion, thank you for the 13. Use this to block. We're looking for Chariot. There it is. Alright, we got the DNA super late. We don't have to... Oh, that's a bad boss blind. I don't think we need to start making steel yet. Because I need money. And it's not as urgent. Whereas getting my money right is pretty urgent, given all the rolling we had to do to find this stupid DNA. So maybe next ante we start making steel just so that we have enough of it in our deck. But I need the money right now in order to roll for this burglar. Neat. So, how much money can we even expect to make over the course of what we have 6 antes to make like $3,000? Why so much? Because we have a lot of things that we need to roll for. Because finding a burglar is expensive. Rolling for Serpent is expensive. It's possible to have like $6,000, maybe $7,000 and still miss. I had 4.8 and didn't find him. Was that 4.8K spread over like all 7 antes that you have available to you, or? Yes, that's unfortunate. But yeah, that's why we need lots of money. Because we are relatively broke for where we want to be right now. How much money we need? Who can say? Definitely not me. But as much as possible. Thousands. The more money you have, the less of it is up to chance.
Well met.
Blonded Bets, thank you for the 1 year. Look, I'm reading the announcements, Kali, even if Chad isn't. So I'm well informed, even though I already know the information. Chatters refuse to learn a singular thing themselves, though.
Well met.
D. Scott, thank you for the 4. Why not get more gold cards for money, bro? Well, because if I did that, people would ask me why I'm not making steel, so. Now I can just get both questions instead. Electric Wizard, thank you for the bits. Alright, I think we are going to be able to make maybe up to like 4K. Maybe we'll get caught in 4K. But not having to roll down is very nice. Well, now we're never going to get enough money since we're losing $2 to this blind. That's probably GG, isn't it? Taxes are getting to Roffle. Yeah, we need to lower the top marginal tax rate. Otherwise, how will this beautiful, beautiful money trickle down on top of all you lovely chatters?
Well met.
Fred, thank you. Thank you for the 9. Sorry, I've been doing a lot of yapping, so my voice is a little shot. Yeah, there's 2K. That's got to be a reroll. That doesn't matter. That's not fair. If we lower the top marginal tax rate, then banks in the Cayman Islands and Switzerland will see new deposits. Look, I'm a fiscal conservative. I just want to go back to like a time when the top marginal tax rate was something sane, like it was in maybe the 1940s or something. Don't look that up. Just agree with me. I'd prefer higher. I mean, it's harder to go higher than 90. But, I mean, maybe worth a try. Something, something, laugher curve? This isn't a joke to me, alright? Look at all this money. I'm the one who this will affect. Yeah, we did get We did get retcon. So we're just hanging out until we get past Ante 24. Seems everyone in chat knows, except for me, what the grand plan is to get Naninf. No. I can promise you, people have been here and watched it before and are still confused about the mechanics of it. So you're not alone. But you'll see. Don't foil me. Oh! That's 2 out of 4 rolls. Watch it like 10 times, still have no clue? Look, at least you're taking my advice and not attempting to learn from me while I stream. That would be catastrophic. Naninf isn't real, it's a conspiracy made up by Big Math to sell more numbers? Yeah. I'm actually scheduled for a talk with Joe Rogan next week to bring that to light. We're gonna take down the math magicians. Double Brick, thank you for the raid. I don't need that. Don't label me, thank you for the super chat. When you do the video for this run, can you do the SpongeBob a few days later title card in between where the run stopped and started? I'll think about it. Wait. SpongeBob? Big guy? Pants? Okay. I'm gonna get DMCA'd for singing the entirety of that song. I hope Ice Spice isn't litigious. What was that about? It's the greatest song ever written. It's the soundtrack of our generation. Our generation maybe being like 6, 7-year-olds right now. It's just too easy, chat. Okay, we're definitely going to be over 3K. Thoughts on Mexican food? I have many thoughts on it. And I have high standards and expectations as a Californian, especially when it comes to the way the meat in my burrito is cooked. I grew up in a place where the taco trucks were so good and so popular. The city that I lived in paved an entire, like, took the dirt lot that they were parking in, paved it, put up a parking lot, and, like, put in bathrooms and all that kind of stuff. Good tortilla is key. Good tortilla is easy, though. Like, if you don't get the asada cooked right, it's just not going to work. If you don't get the right ratio of like, hot sauce to sour cream, you're also in trouble. And now, like, Now they're like separate generations of the same families in the same, like competing with one another with their own taco trucks. It went from like 3 separate trucks to now there's like 8. And like half of them are the same family. Heels Crap, thank you for the super chat. Feelings on scooped bagels. I don't believe that's a thing that exists. What are you talking about? You scoop ice cream, not bagels. No, that's a real thing? That's what you tried to tell me about apple cider donuts, and I refused to face that, so same thing's gonna happen here. Actually, I say that I did have some Greek donuts just last night that were chocolate filled. It was basically like the ingredients of baklava, but like fried in donut form surrounding like a chocolate center. It was unbelievable. It had like this nice cinnamon sugar texture, but then with like the honey shell around it. That's not safe for work, yeah. Yeah, put away your lowly apple cider donuts. There's real treats to be had here. Sleepy and Zuthis, thank you for the primes. Sure. A little bit of extra cash wouldn't hurt. Extra large blind, oh no. Go-to burrito order? Just an asada burrito supreme. But if I'm going to a new place and I don't trust their burritos, I might just get some asada tacos instead, just to see how their meat cook is before committing to a burrito. Because again, I have high expectations. Crazy that I'm eating a California burrito right now. I don't dislike a California burrito. I just don't think it's like as good as just like a properly done authentic burrito supreme. Do you like the spice? What else am I sending all these children to die on Arrakis for? Of course I love the spice. It's what fuels our interplanetary travel. If the spice is iced, we already discussed that that's the resulting in the song of the century. Did you play Dune Awakening at all? Wasn't the problem that no one did? But no. It looked fine. I just don't have time for an MMO now that I'm like an adult with real adult responsibilities instead of a college student. FunCon fumbled it. Isn't that like their whole shtick though? Like that's not the first time. Being British and hearing you talk about burritos makes me sad. There's no real Mexican food near me. I mean, that's probably a good thing though, right? Because I'm not sure that I would want to try whatever it is that the British are doing to Mexican food. So maybe you're safe. I'm sure you've got some great shawarma and donor places though, right? And again, I guess I do too.
Well met.
Baracko Barner, thank you for the 5 months. I would never get Mexican food from Britain? Yeah, I wouldn't get Mexican food from, like, the Midwest. I can't imagine. Again, whatever. I mean, at least you'll get some decent fries with it or something, because they just add fries to everything. The UK has Taco Bell now, so it's top tier. Yeah, Taco Bell isn't Mexican food, though. It's a different genre of food entirely.
Well met.
The Mali, thank you for the 8s. They'll put fries in it. I mean, that's what a California burrito is, right? It's guac and fries, so it's not like it tastes bad with fries. I'm more concerned about, like, whatever nonsensical gravy they'll decide to throw on top, or mushy peas, or whatever. Jellied eels? Now you're just making stuff up again. Come on. Look, we go hard on the Brits, but we don't need to go that hard on them. Bob, thank you for the donation. It's real? No. As an American, when confronted with a reality I don't like, I simply deny it. It's written in our Constitution? Yeah. It's called the First Amendment. Thank you very much.
Well met.
JP, thank you for the prime. Enjoy paying the tariffs on those jellied or imported jellied eels. Oh no, whatever will I do? Alright, we are coming close to that target of $4,000. We don't have magic trick, like blocking and clogging our shops at least this time through, so I'd say it's likely but not guaranteed. Anti-39 is absolutely not possible from the spot, no. Moro, thank you for the bits. Congrats on the unseated NF. Well done. We've got enough money, right? Surely. Getting too good at hitting NF? I know. Again, this is, I'm not getting good enough, though, because I missed the 4th consecutive one. So, streak ended at 3, but I think this is 4 out of 5 attempts. Maybe even 5 out of the last 7. And chatter still want to get into the argument about, it being mostly luck. Makes a casual run casual. White steak. Okay, whatever. Generally, anti-39 requires a nat negative one of the main pieces? Yeah. Or repetitive bane bugging. Pretty sure you need 5 copy. Yeah. Well, not necessarily, right? Because the choke point is anti-32. You need an extra copy of one of the, one of these left-hand jokers. So it's like one nat negative core piece, which is Bear in Mind, Blueprint, Brainstorm, and then one nat negative like support piece, DNA, Troubadour, something along those lines can maybe do it. But you don't need those to be nat negative if you're able to get the bean bug in play and be able to rip some extra ectos without much risk. I mean, vouchers can't be reloaded. You need voucher skips, and even that's outside. Then it's out of your control. Okay. You're right. You're just unlucky.
Well met.
Malik, thank you for the 4. Alright, we did hit 4K. So we do have a good chance of finding that burglar.
Well met.
Just John, thank you for the prime. Nice. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Not a very big boss blind. It's very large, even. Large is bigger than big. Voucher skips are not outside of your control. You can find double tags to increase the chances unless there is no voucher skip in the seed, which is very unlikely. You can say it was unlucky. Yeah. But if I say that instead of you, wise chatter, then I get called
Well
delusional.
met.
But you're absolutely right. Spectral Wraith, thank you for the 3. Most seeds are more than capable of hitting Nan-Nymph on White Stake Plasma. And you absolutely do have... Like, whether or not a voucher skip shows up is outside of your control, obviously, but you can make the voucher skips that do and are very likely to show up more valuable by having more money in order to get more colas so that you can, like we did, kind of brute force it. Obviously, we were one off and it did have a failure rate, but we didn't get lucky that we got the retcon there. We would have had to get extraordinarily unlucky not to get the retcon there. Unfortunately, Showman is worse for us. Because we're looking for specifically Burglar. Also looking for reserve parking. Oh. Wow, that was easy. That's good, too, because I'm very hungry. I have not eaten today. I do think it's still going to take another round. That was maybe the luckiest burglar I've ever encountered in one of these. But I'm very glad that we can complete this run now so that I can eat. That's like less than $100? Yeah, it's making me look like a fool for wanting to get over 4,000. With Cryptid upstairs, we can do it this round? True. I just need to actually pay attention to this. Thank you, Doc, for popping in. And saving me 10 minutes before getting to eat. Maybe not 10 full minutes, but enough time. This will be my fastest 2-day 3 recording session Nan-Nymph ever. This is a weird one. There is a few interruptions, but we got it done. We don't even, like, because the DNA came so late, we just have almost nothing but steel. What's the lowest ante you've done Nan-Nymph at? Probably on Ghost Deck with the Perkio Nan-Nymph, would be my guess. But that's a better question for Doc Spectred, who has done that very early. But with that method, it's definitely feasible before Ante 8 if you get it early enough. Speedrunners do it like Ante 21? Probably, yeah, because you take the double ecto, which makes it so that you have an extra copy joker or an extra, like, on scoring effect, so you need a smaller hand size, which means you don't have to, you don't have to wait till after, usually 26. There's a speedrun of Nan-Nymph at Ante 8 set seed. I mean, there's speedruns of it faster than that. Like the computer-assisted one happens much earlier than Ante 8. It happens in like 5 minutes. HD Crockett, thank you for the 2. Set seed speedruns are so uninteresting. I think they're interesting early when people are like uncovering the routes. But as soon as the route is determined, it's just performing the actions as quickly as possible, which is less interesting than like finding the actions that save the most time from like my perspective as a viewer. But I think that there is something interesting in optimizing like the route, because everybody has the same information available to them, but the person that does it faster does it because they like find the correct path to get there. You think you could do a set seed run of getting the exact score needed to win? No, I don't think that would be fun at all, because then I'd have to do math, and that's illegal. So we need, what, like 44 in hand? Get this nonsense out of here. We can play at least 2 more hands. That nets 2 cards. I don't know. I'm not doing math. I'm getting dangerously close to doing it, and I don't want to.
Well met.
April, thank you for the 5. So we need to keep an eye on what this number increases by. Because I don't want to accidentally overshoot. +4 per hand. I'm glad somebody's paying attention. Thank you, Doc. Even when I'm controlling the mouse, Doc's still actually the one piloting the run. So we can do 1 more. Doing an exact score run be interesting for anyone? I think so. I think people would like to watch it. I don't think that I am the person to do that, though. So, I mean, it's your idea. Fire up OBS, make a video, enjoy several thousand views. All right, we can't play another one. Send it. Right as we sent the Nan hand. That was the worst possible hand for the internet to entirely die there. Now you have to watch the video. Corey, thank you for the 10 months. And that's why we always local record, right? Wait a minute. That's a big number, but not big enough. Guess we gotta do it again. Wait, is it possible? Hold on. This is shattering my entire worldview. Is it possible that Dr. Spectred isn't always correct? Oh, no. Not yet. That one doesn't matter, but it does take extra time. Look, now you'll all get to see the animations playing. Even at +3 hand size? No, that was the previous ante, wasn't it? Maybe I forgot. I don't know. Let's snooze the ads, though. Doc just wanted you to get a little hungrier. Yeah, you really gotta earn it. The stream shouldn't freeze on the last hand again. That was just like my internet just completely went out. Like chat was gone for me completely even. So it was both my upload and download speed were just completely gone for a moment. Chat gone a feature, not a bug. I mean, normally I'd be right there with you, but like watching my watching my bitrate be at 0 was a little bit more concerning and maybe not worth the trade there. You can play +1 hand by holding a garbage card and then using a death at the end if you don't have garbage in the... Yeah, my deck is... Oh, I see. So I could have snuck by if I had a tower or something. It's fine. You have a 3D printer? What are you, the feds? Who's asking? Will this be a YouTube video? Who can say? Smash that like button. Or something. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Mr. Beastface? Gotta get that uncanny smile. Yeah, and the dead serial killer eyes. I guess that's what makes the uncanny smile. Make an expression like you'll die if you don't pass the blind? That's accurate right now. That's my face. What are we talking about? That is the case. Any minute now. I mean, this is everybody's favorite part of the run, right? It's the anticipation that builds up. Really gets you eager for that big number to show. I'm glad you got 4,000 for this. Look, just because we didn't need it doesn't mean that we weren't always going to not need it. I hope he misses again. I can promise with 100% certainty that will not happen. Unless I choose to make it happen. Which I'm not going to because I'm hungry. Go eat, we can nan-inf tomorrow. No. I think I'm capable of making decisions for myself, thank you. Especially considering tomorrow is a day that I have scheduled off to stream. So that's like net negative in terms of the time gain back on my life. Just got my first nan-inf last night with the same build. Well done. Wait, you mean to tell me that the chatter named Tribule Perkio did not use Tribule or Perkio to get nan-inf? Is Balatro the only thing you know? No, I don't even know Balatro that well. Who says I know anything? What was the draw to Balatro? It's a fun game. I wanted to stop playing Hearthstone. If you had to play for no content on Gold Stake, what would your win streaks be? I don't know. I've never tried it. Dark Magistrate, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Happy you're getting more sleep. That's true, Malf. There is more than draw to Balatro. You also have to consider the discards. And dat card. Everyone's sleeping, fixated a little too much on discard and not dat card. Slay the Spire 2 is advertising co-op? I know. I know. It's looking mighty juicy. Get Ran on the line? Way ahead of you. For some reason, though, it seems like Ran wants to, I don't know, troll himself by pairing with Dreads. So, maybe we'll have to figure out some other groupings. Just rotate through groupings of Balatro streamers to tackle the Spire. I'd watch that. And I'd participate in it. Alright. This time it'll work. All the triangles are love triangles when you just love triangles? Yeah. Oof. Show me a nice isosceles and a... Ooh. I start to sweat a little bit. A tomato, thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. $123 cards. That's a lot of cards. Big thank you to the burglar for showing up early so that we didn't have to roll the shop an unbelievable amount of times. You the real MVP. $6 of rerolls on burglar? Is that can't be real? That's way too fast. It was supposed to take 4,000. Chris, thank you for the super chat. All right, we did it. I am free to eat whatever it is you call the first meal of the day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Alright, thanks for watching, folks. Thanks again to Bean for hosting the tournament. I'm going to send you over to... make sure to stay tuned for that tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be there, but there's a possibility. Hang out with C-Dubs, who is doing some anti-8... high score runs, which is an interesting wrinkle over just like spamming nan-inf runs like we just did. So hang out with C-Dubs, and I will see you all at the latest on Monday.